Welcome to this week's Geeky Gamer Podcast playtest that we are having, featuring me, Bill, Miller, and John. I've been told that I'm not supposed to ask for money on our Patreon, the Geeky Gamer Podcast, so that it's maybe in poor taste that we ask for money. I don't know. Like, there's some kind of stigma about saying,
asking for money.
You know, if you join our Patreon, you'll get benefits beyond what you're getting now, just more. So it's like this, but more. All lowercase letters, Mr. Interrupt, provide soundtrack, art media by Couchfire Media. Trois Replay Productions does something else, and
but
today,
in the past, been a while. That's 2023.
It's not today. This is the first session, gaming session of the Linen Tapestry Live Play Part 1, which we are stoked.
Tapestry.
We are stoked, and John's going to lead us through it.
Yes, thank you.
And we have a couple other promotions, so let's talk about Miller's game, maybe. Give us a little heads up before we get started.
For this game or for the promo?
For the promo. Tell us about your game.
The promo, yeah. So I just released it's a little one-shot module for the game Mothership. I went into a lot of detail to make it easier, try to do all the heavy lifting for the GM or warden. And it's available on DriveThruRPG. So there should be a link.
Yeah, there's a link in
the description somewhere.
In the descriptions. Bill, do you have anything?
Just released another issue. What do you call it with a newsletter?
You do have a lot of
issues. Newsletters do?
Yeah, edition.
Edition post of the newsletter. It's called The Dark. It's on Substack. Nice. If you go to Substack and look up Dread Lore, that's Dread Lore, you'll find it. And it's a bunch of free materials for tabletop role-playing games, system setting agnostic. So you can use this adventure location with Linen Tapestry or with your Mothership campaign or whatever. And I'm trying to get people to add to it. It's free. It's just building community. So hopefully at one point I'm going to get John and Miller to add something to this thing. But yeah, that's what I just dropped. And it has Cursed, the tabletop role-playing game, on it as well.
Cursed.
Brilliant. Cool.
Well, today we're playing the Legends of Venice, or is it the Legends of Venice? All right.
Yeah. The book that will be on Kickstarter, hopefully within a month, is called the Legends of Venice. So what you guys have subjected yourselves to for the next 4 weeks is a playtest of the system and the introductory story that's found inside the Legends of Venice. The game is about severed souls, mythical characters who have the chance to change the world around them, delve into the other realms, Shadowlands, Otherworld, that sort of thing. But for the introductory story, it's based purely in Venice for mundane characters. There's no magic, not yet. Hopefully, fingers crossed, there will be, depending on how the players go through this session and the next 3 sessions. It's entirely, as I was saying before, imagine it as an open world computer game. It's not linear. The whole book sets out Venice. There were hundreds of stories in Venice to be played, and it's your job as players just to get in there and explore. So, as I say, the introductory story concerns the death of Antonio Venier, 70-year-old. When he died, he was the Doge of Venice. He'd been a quiet man, got things done, mild, bit of a quiet figurehead, Venice. throughout its history has had prolific leaders, people who've led crusades, people who've stolen the bodies of saints, waged war against neighboring and rival city-states. Venice is not a place to be messed with. So, with the death of Antonio Venier, there is a mourning period. Within days, people wearing black, all of you will have to, your characters will be demonstrating their own gesture of commiserations, respect for the great man of Antonio Venier. But as with Venice, whilst they're preparing to bury the body, they're already deciding who's going to replace them. So, before I go any further, I'd like you all, one at a time, introduce your character, give the viewers just a glimpse into your backstory, who you are, how you got to Venice, what you're doing in Venice. Okay, I'll start off with Bill. Take it away.
Yeah. So my character, I actually don't have a name for him.
Yeah.
But I need a good Italian name, like Bibbidi Bobbidi.
Mario? What about Luigi?
No. No. I was thinking Robusto. Tuttolini. I need a good Italian name. John, why did you think this wasn't gonna happen? Nah, we're all gonna play Italians and we're Americans. It's just not gonna go well. What's a good one? Rosencrantz? Jesus Christ.
Guildenstern?
I know.
Pedro?
All I see are Matteo. How about that?
Matteo?
That's Spanish though.
Matteo.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mateo. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Matteo.
Matteo.
Well, it's all-
Now, what's a
it's
good
Latin
family
based.
name for?
Yeah.
Well, your family name, because you're a noble, you are
Galina.
Galina. Matteo
Right, I am.
Galina.
Matteo Galina.
Well,
Matteo Galina. Right.
if people want to maintain Italian accents throughout, I'm more than happy to dish out extra experience points. Since I don't deal with, I don't get experience points, so I will not attempt to murder the Italian language or accent. So, but you guys go ahead. More than happy. Go for
I'm
it.
just gonna talk like a mafia guy the whole time. I am Matteo Galina. Anyway, yeah. So he's a priest. He is a Catholic priest. The third son, not quite sure, of Lord Galina and or Signor Galina. And Matteo got into a lot of trouble. Whining, dining. He's a big old lush. He also likes to fight. He likes to take things a little too far. Tempt people with duels, whether or not he's particularly good at duels or has done that many.
Yep.
And essentially the way that he got into the position he's in now, which is he's been shoved off out of the main city into this sort of farming community parish, to be on good behavior. He was in a fight with someone that had some influence, and he injured him, and he shouldn't have done it. So the family said, look, you're becoming a priest. Took all his belongings. And so that's who he is. Beyond that, he's about 40. So at this time, he's pretty middle-aged dude. Salt and peppery hair. Lean, a little bit of puffiness because he is a lush. And yeah, that's him. When he's at mass, he's generally a little bit friar tucked.
Brilliant. No, that's great. Ken, would you be able to put up, if you can find it, the map of Venice? And then while you're doing that, Miller, if you want to introduce your character. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
Sure. I'm playing Marco Antonio de Medici. He's one of the Medici family from Florence. He moved to Venice several years ago to attend schooling. He's staying with his uncle, who's actually starting the De Medici Bank in Venice. And since I'm thinking he's about 21 now, and he's just finished up his schooling, his family was like, "Okay, we're not paying for that anymore. You're going to have to actually get on with your life." So he's been working at the bank with his uncle, and he sees Venice and the death of the Doge as an excellent opportunity to expand his family's empire, and he's taken it upon himself to be the one to do that.
Brilliant. Ken, introduce your character.
I am playing a character, Dacus Carota. He's actually from the hills, kind of the farming community. He traveled with his parents, who were merchants when he was young, and they were middle class and they did okay, but they mysteriously disappeared when he was pretty young. So he got adopted parents that were miners, and they mined, quarried for the roads and stuff, and concrete and all that, or whatever they used to build that, and until he was old enough to not do that anymore, because that was laboriously hard work and it sucked. And he built up some muscles doing the hard labor, and he was pretty quickly hired by the local night watch. And
brilliant.
Now, a side note for him, he writes his stepmom every day. He sends notes to her. He loves her.
No problem. So your adopted family is on the mainland. So obviously Venice, collection of small islands in a lagoon, and then off into the mainland, maybe off towards the east where it's more rocky. That's where your family's based. So your city watch based the nighttime hours. That's brilliant. Okay. So the death of the Doge affects you all in different ways. The first one for Ken would be there's a lot of friction. Who is going to be the next Doge? Everyone's got their own opinion. It's still early. The process of deciding who then goes on to decide who's the Doge takes a few weeks. But in the meantime, you know that there's going to be trouble. For Marco Antonio de Medici, as you say, great opportunity for your family to get your foot further in the door of Venice. There's strong links between Florence and Venice, but you also know that there's great rivalry, and Venice is a closed shop most of the time. If you can get in, you're gonna have to cut some throats or something like that. It's tough. But also, I think your character also runs a fencing club.
Oh yeah, he's a big fencing aficionado. So I don't think it's like an official club, but he's got a group of his friends from school that go around to the different fencing schools to learn the different styles.
No problem. So would you say then that over the years that you've been doing it, have you had the opportunity to stop, localize it somewhere, and then so that people come to you for you to teach them what you know, for everyone just a chance to practice? Or do you roam from place to place within the city?
I hadn't considered it, but he probably would have a little spot on the estate that he could have people come there.
So what you found is dueling mage. It's a massive thing in Italy, in the medieval Europe. And much to your surprise, just a matter of days after the Doge has passed away, you see 2 or 3 new faces heading into your club. At first you're thinking, oh, they've come into the wrong place, but sure enough, 2 or 3 of them come in. And they're looking around. You've got your house or the compound that you and your uncle live in might have a little closed off area, little atria. And two of the 3 faces approach you and say, excuse me, we're looking for the De Medici, the guy who runs this place?
Marco.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, what's your business with him?
We've heard that you're are you Marco? You don't look like you're from Venice. You have a less salty appearance about you, so maybe you are a member of the De Medici family?
Yeah, I'm Marco. Who's asking?
Well, my name is Steno, Roberto Steno, and I was just me and my friends here just wanting to, I don't know, see what yous have got, see what we can learn, see what you have to show. What have you got on offer? Don't mind just standing back, just letting you guys do your thing. And then they start looking around. Do you have a collection of sparring swords, or do you use like wooden swords, like blunt metal swords or wooden swords that you spar with?
Oh, he would have the fanciest, well done, crafted fencing attire and accoutrements.
Right, brilliant. You can see them at first looking down their nose at what you've got on display, but then as they take it from the holsters and from the show, they're actually clearly impressed with the quality, and they look over to you with respect, and the 2 of them go back over to the 3rd person who stayed at the background, and they talk for a bit. You and your regulars at the club start fencing, but there isn't 20-30 minutes pass, and there's no attempt by these 3 guys to actually mingle with you directly.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely going to address that then. I probably wouldn't even let 30 minutes go by. Maybe 10.
Yeah, yep. 10 minutes go by, yeah. They're just
I'll
talking.
approach them. Yeah.
Okay.
So are you boys just going to watch, or did you want to join in?
Oh, well. They all look at each other, and then Roberto kind of shrugs, picks up the fencing foil that he'd chosen, and just, okay. Let's saber rattle then, eh?
Let's get to it.
Yeah. So, perfect opportunity to go through the basics of the system. So, what we have is you've got stats, which will have dice pools, and then the number of dice that you roll. You would then, the number of dice that you keep from that roll is based on your skill. So melee is the skill. The style that we're using is piercing. So you'd have an expertise. So looking on your character sheet, just so I've got an idea, most melee combat uses control. So what is your...
So I've got 3 ranks in control, 3 ranks in melee, and 3 ranks in piercing.
Right. Wow. Okay. So you got a dice pool of 6. So if you want to So that's the gist of what to roll and so forth. We'll go through it in a second, but going first is based on initiative. Initiative is a system where decides who goes first. There's no dice rolled. It starts off static, and then whatever you do determines what your initiative is for the next round. But we'll just keep it simple. So we'll say that your initiative is your character's rank in acumen, which is one of your stats. It's the 9th one down. So what's your... 3. That's also 3. Wait, okay. Okay. Right, he's got 2, so you're going first. So you would roll your dice pool. If you roll any 10s, you automatically keep them. If you roll any 1s, you automatically discard them. And your melee gives you 3 dice that you can keep in addition to the d10s.
Right. So I got 1 10, and then the other 3 add up to 16, so 26.
26.
And then
okay.
And then I add the 9 for the expertise, right?
Correct. Yeah. So that gives you a total of 35.
Right.
Yep. Okay. He'll parry. He's got 3 and 3, much like yourself. So his defense is 18. So your 35 gets knocked down to just under 20. That gives you a 1 success, an outcome of 1. So because you're not trying to inflict damage or anything like that, you're just going for the contact. You take completely off guard. You go in with a clean strike, and you just tap him straight in the chest.
Bam!
Yeah. Because you hit him first, he didn't have a chance to. He then steps back. He nods. Says, "Oh, okay. What's your savvy?" So savvy is, your reflection. That's under empathy, and it's a defense. So empathy.
Reflection.
So yeah,
well,
reflection.
that's reflection. Savvy is under guile.
Yeah, so it's not savvy. So it's your reflection, which is an expertise. Oh,
just 1.
Yeah, just 1. Okay. He plays dirty, so I'm going to roll for his. He has something called feint, so he's going to try and trick you into not defending. Okay. So I roll 6. Get no 10s. That's 9. 21. He gets on the roll. Goes up to 30. Your defense knocks it down to 28, so he only gets 2. But that is enough for him to then go to strike you. So even though he stepped back, you won that round. He goes straight in, and he goes to attack you. You, because he's managed to carry off that feint, you can't declare your defense. Right. So he's just going to go in for a quick strike. Right. Okay. He gets outcome of 2, just as good as you, and he hits you a lot harder than you hit him. He hits you so hard the foil bends as he really goes to make a point, and getting you right in the square in the chest. His 2 cronies in the back start scoffing at the easy point there. Your companions, how would they act? Because they're kind of like your followers. You can imagine that they're inching closer. They're watching. and you outnumber these three easily, 2-1.
Yeah. So my followers would probably be a little surprised, and my friend, my ally guy, Enrique.
Yeah.
He's there. He'd be like, "Oh, he's in for it now." And Marco's gonna smile and take a couple of steps, and then re-engage again.
Okay. Right. Okay. At this point, your group form a semicircle around your half, and Roberto's 2 makes up a rather meager other half of the circle. Plenty of space. You see Roberto trying to walk around, trying to flank you. He's doing a lot of talking, a lot of hot air, but he's watching you intently. You have the initiative because you're naturally quicker than him. What are you doing?
Okay, so can I use? Because I've got guile. I've got ranks in guile.
Mm-hmm.
So can I use like distract?
Yep.
To distract him.
Yep.
So
Yep.
basically, what he did to me. Okay.
Yep. Yep. You hear you hear Enrico, your friend, say, right? Best of 3. Best of 3.
So when I use guile, which stat does that run from?
So guile, this is entirely up to you. This is how you want to play it. So you've got 3 stats for personality. You've got presence, which is your character's. You don't have to say anything to communicate. You just impose what you want to do, how you want to act, how you want to come across. Interaction is talking. And composure is used where if it's a stressful situation or you want to show that you're cooler than your opponent, get under their skin, that's when you would use composure. So presence. So this is entirely up to you. This is how you want to do your attack. So you would choose whether presence, interaction, or composure. Whichever dice pool you choose gives me an idea of how you're doing it. You roll your dice pool, and then you would keep your guile, and then add your distraction. And please, with social combat, which is what this is now,
right?
Please, if you want to, you can give yourself extra points. You can increase your tally by role playing. So if you can give me an idea of what it is you're saying, what you're doing, that sort of thing, and if it's great, I'll give you points, that sort of thing. So go ahead.
Okay, I just want to get the numbers down first. So I will use composure.
Right. Okay.
And I'll do it kind of in a way that leads him in, like I'm waiting for him to attack. Distract him with that. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 14 plus 3, 17 total.
17. Okay. I'll give you +5 because you're trying to get him to make the move. So you effectively outweight him. He gets sick and tired of you. He's waiting for you, you're waiting for him, and he doesn't have the same patience as you. So eventually he goes in for the move. He starts inching forward, and you can see in his eyes there's just that glimpse of he's just about to do it, and then he's no, I'm not falling for that. You come to me. And then he steps back, and he has the blade ready and waiting for you to come in at him. At that point,
All right.
at that point, you notice that the one that's been quiet throughout, he slaps Roberto on the shoulder, and just come on, just get him. What is he? He's a Florentine. He knows nothing about swordplay, and you, Steno, just get on with it. And then you can see there's a bit of friction between those two. And Roberto shrugs his shoulders, and he goes in to attack you. But you have the initiative. Do you want to? How would you? It's up to you. You're going first. You know he's going to attack you.
Okay, I want to. Let's see. I want to parry.
Okay.
But I want to do it in an embarrassing way, like take the foil from his hand, make him trip and fall, something like that. Can I do that?
Do you have any combat maneuvers?
Oh.
Don't think.
I think I just got the standard ones: parry and flat of the blade.
Yeah. Okay. Normally, you'd need to have, if you want to try and do a disarm, there's a combat mover for that. But I'll say that you've got it. So for you, you would parry, and then you parry. It's just knocked down from his attack. So he rolls to attack.
Okay, let me take a different approach then.
Okay.
Because now that I see that parry, it's just going to take it down. He's probably going to hit me anyway, and then score his third point. Can I dodge? Like, use my agility to dodge out of the way?
Yeah, you can dodge or parry. Whichever is highest, use that.
Oh, I'll parry then. Yeah,
okay.
Let's parry.
Fine. On. What's your parry?
18.
Yeah. He goes in. Again, going for a really heavy shot straight into your left shoulder. And you, much to your surprise, you flick his blade away. And now you can act. So because you've defended, that reduces your dice pool by 1.
Yeah.
So then you roll it'll be 5 dice.
5. Yeah.
You can, if you wanted to. Did you have any of your spirits with a dice pool? Because if you're in a situation where you need to substitute, the dice pool that you're using is lower than one of your spirits, you can spend a spirit point, and you can explain that you want to use one of your spirit dice pools instead. Now, you've only lost 1 die, so it's not that big a deal, but if you wanted to, and you wanted to make sure that you're rolling the best that you can do so. But you would need to link that spirit, whether it be conscience, conviction, or honor, to what you're trying to do, or why you're wanting to substitute your reduced dice pool with your spirit. It's just an option.
Yeah, I didn't really put much into spirit.
Right, no, that's fine then. That's fine.
Marco's not really a spiritual guy. I think I put 1 into conviction, but I think we're still good for that.
Yeah.
That's 2 10s. And
wow, okay.
8. So 28 plus 9. 37.
37. Okay. You knock it down. His defense knocks it down to 19, and you hit him. It's not the best strike, but you managed to clip him again. And much to his surprise, the way that you parried his sword's gone off to one side, and you've just exposed his open chest. And you take the point. your men, your friends, they go crazy. Everyone starts applauding. And Roberto, seeing that he's been defeated, nods, and then holding the blade, claps. Well done, well done. Looks to the other team and says, maybe we could come back here again. Looks like you can teach us something. Maybe we can teach you guys. And the one that was quite rude to Roberto kind of shrugs his shoulders. He turns, starts walking off. The other two guys, though, they're still looking at you. Says, if it's alright by you, would like to come again? It was good fun.
I'm always down to learn some new techniques. I didn't catch your name or your friend's name either.
Never mind, Giro. That's Giro. The other guy says, me, I'm Alberto. Family names, not important. Not important. Hey, the Medici will see you around. Oh, and by the way, who do you favor? The Doge. You got any particulars? I know you're an outsider, but, you know, you live here. You must have some idea.
I, the player, don't know. I don't know the different people.
Who would be your character's ideal sort of leader?
Yeah, himself. But
what
yeah,
anyone leader.
Anyone who needs loans and can pay their loans.
Okay, right.
That's all he's worried about. He doesn't care about governance of the city or any of that.
Brilliant. Okay. Roberto laughs at that, hands the blade back to you, claps you on the shoulder, and says, "Hey, if I ever need a loan, I know exactly who to go to. I'll see you later." So those two turn around and they head off. So the deacon in the poorest area of Venice is Matteo Galina. You're not quite priest yet, but you are a deacon. You assist the priest of the Church of the Beggars.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Whenever you're around the altar, your jobs usually consists of handing over the sepulchre, handing over anything like the book, the Bible to be read, shaking the incense. You're mostly a non-talking role in the masses. Except for the late evening ones where the priest wants to take a bit of a break and you're in charge of the occasional mass. You might get about 30, 40 people, which, considering Venice is a devout Catholic city, is not much. Whenever this church is open on a Sunday and Saturday, daytime masses, there are hundreds and hundreds of people. However, one of these occasions, it's about the third or fourth day since you heard about the Doge passing away. And there was a woman who you remember seeing her years and years ago. This was maybe like in your 20s. And the strange thing is, this lady has
20 years.
I mean, you're in your 40s, so before everything went wrong for you, and before everything went wrong, you think you'd seen this woman before.
I definitely have. I never figured it out.
Yeah, she must be in her 50s, 60s. And Venice, people are well known to be living till their 80s in Venice, while the rest of the mainland passes away at the respectable age of 60s and 70s. Oh yes, she is. You reckon she's probably one of your great aunts? She is
Oh,
someone
never mind.
by the name of Marina Galina.
Should have led with that one. Oh.
So the mass finishes. You haven't seen this matriarch of your family in 20 years.
Oh, Lord.
You reckon that when you got exiled from your family and all your wealth for that deed that you performed, it may have had something to do with choosing where you went.
Well, I like the idea that when Matteo first sees her, he doesn't quite remember that she's his aunt.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay. Kind of like gives her a couple of looks. He's behind, the diocese, like, pouring shit, lighting candles and whatnot. And like, doing the whatever he does.
Well,
and then it dawns on him.
Yeah, probably the best time it dawns is you're doing the mass. You're handing out the Eucharist. And she actually comes up to you to take the bread and the body and the blood of Christ.
Do you do bread first or body? Or do you do bread first or wine?
I think it's the bread first.
Yeah. So I'll put the wafer on her tongue. I'm like,
Yep.
like, what's up, girl? Yeah, you want that wine? As it hits me.
Yes. She. There's a mixture of expressions. At first, there's a incredulity, because she sees the glint in your eye, then followed by the look in your face. Once you realise that, then she has a look, quite a stern look. There's nothing except amen.
I'll lean forward and say, say 3 Hail Marys. Then come back up.
She turns, and then she walks back.
And now
You for the rest of the mass, her eyes are boring into you. She's just watching you.
Can a deacon actually assign you Hail Marys? Probably not.
No, I mean when you're handing out the bread, you don't tell them to.
But you could
have prayers. Well, okay. That sort of thing is usually left for the confessional box, but sure.
Said.
Mass comes to an end.
What?
Mass comes to an end. Everyone.
I make myself
out.
scarce. I make myself scarce.
As you're heading out, because all the locals will come up to you and say, thank you so much, a fantastic mass.
Great. Trying to get out of there.
And every time you think you've got an exit to the door, someone else says thank you, blah blah blah. And by the time you get to the door,
sweating,
you look back in the church, it's empty. He's gone.
I'll go and pour myself some wine from the.
Do you do this once you get into the priest's house?
Where there's nobody around. No, I'm doing it in the room.
It's a big church. It's quite a big church. Can I get a?
Come on.
Can I get a attention? So roll your attention.
Okay, I've got rank 2, so my dice are 4.
Yep. And then this is perception, surveillance roll, please.
Right, so perception, surveillance, I have none, so I'm just rolling for 10s.
Yep. So have you got anything in perception? Well, you'll have 1 rank in perception, so you'll have 1 dice.
Oh, and awareness.
At least.
Not. Okay.
So it's perception. Yeah. Perception, surveillance is the expertise.
Cool.
Roll 2, keep 1. I think.
Keep 1. Yeah, I have.
Yeah. So roll 4, keep 1.
So 8 and 9, and 6 and an 8. So I keep an 8 and a 9. So 17.
Okay. You're off to one side. You're having a glass of wine, relaxing, and then all you hear behind you is.
As I'm like halfway through the drink, as I just. start coughing and sputtering, leaning on the pulpit. As I turn and look, sweat, wine coming all the way down.
And sure enough, it's Marina. I had hoped, after these many years in the light of God, that you might have learned a bit of, restraint, decorum, respect. But, alas, no. However, do you want a way out of this place? An opportunity to... She takes the glass. She just takes the glass and the bottle away from you, puts it to one side.
She knows.
And looks at you.
I am as the Lord our God made me. Of course, I would like to get out of this house. And
yeah. How are you? Do you still stay in touch with any of your reprobate friends from the other families?
That's a good question. Would they? Do I just get to decide?
You know, for the first couple of years, the priest that you were assigned to was watching you. There was no way you could have done anything without him knowing, and you were effectively in church arrest, so to speak.
Yeah.
The last couple of years. Yeah, the last couple of years, things have relaxed.
Many of my friends have turned from their wicked ways. But
I doubt that. But okay.
It's gonna keep going. But I see them from time to time.
Yeah. Well, as you will no doubt know, the Doge has passed away. And the vultures are beginning to circle.
I have heard.
Now, I do hope I haven't made a mistake in approaching you, but I would like you to head into San Polo, San Marco, and speak to your old friends, get an idea of who is wanting to be the next Doge. Find out who of the families want to be the next Doge, and find out how much it would cost, favor-wise or money-wise, for them to step aside. I need to know who genuinely believes they have an opportunity to sit upon the ducal throne. And those who don't, if they can be, how much it would take to dissuade them.
Of course.
I've already spoken with the priest, and he is more than happy for you to have a sabbatical. So, whenever you can, head into civilization and hook up with your old friends. Let me know. There are many families. Some of them may have even forgotten what you've done. Others may not have. But I'm sure you'll find a way. I want names of those who are interested, and of those who can be bought out,
and
those who are
be bought out.
Then I would just merely consider them a rival candidate, a serious threat to throne.
Would you like them to be dealt with? Standing in my deacon's robes.
It depends on what they can offer the Galena family.
He nods. He kind of does like sort of an obsequious bow to her, but it's truthful. It is. As he looks up, I would prefer if you come more often, Auntie. You bring such grace to this house of God.
Can I get? Are you putting on the charm there?
Oh yeah, not
Right.
to bed her, but
No.
Yeah.
Yep. Could I? Well, again, social combat. Are you going for presence? It's certainly not composure.
I'll do
You can either go
presence,
for presence or interaction because you're.
No, I think it's presence because Mateo looks good. Like
Yeah.
he's a fuck,
Okay.
right? Like
Okay.
he's got that sort of how do these women fall for this guy thing going on? You know, like I'm thinking like even in like the 1500s, he's got the high and tight. You know, kind of looks like Vanilla Ice.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah.
So of presence, influence, charm.
Okay, presence. I got 6 dice. Influence is a skill, right?
Yeah.
Where's my? How do you spell influence? Jesus.
It's
I don't see. Oh, I
in
do
this.
see it.
It's the
I have 1.
first column 4 down. Yeah. Cheers, Ken.
I am not charting at all. Okay. So 7 is the highest of that. 8 is the highest of that. That's 4. And then, sorry. So I have an 8.
No.
Yeah, she
Has no effect.
not charmed.
No.
As I do the thing and to kind of look up, my charms never worked on such a.
Oh, please stop.
You just gotta stop.
She is that blunt. Imagine the Queen of is it the Lady of Thorns, or the Queen of Thorns from Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
She's very similar.
Darrell.
Out of character, your sword, your prized blade.
Mm-hmm.
Did you manage to smuggle that into the church, or?
I have a short sword.
But your prized sword.
I'm thinking no. I don't.
Yeah.
Just by my stats, my dude, he's just not good at this.
She then steps back, and you realize that she's been carrying a discreet long parcel with her, and says, "You'll need that."
As I take it, I'll give her a respectful kiss on the cheek, like the thing you're supposed to do or whatever.
Yeah.
A kiss on the hand, whatever it is you do in Italy.
You might want to get some practice with that thing.
As I have been practicing. As I
Yeah, she's walking away. At that point,
Yeah,
she's
I know, I love it. As I hold it, I will, as she leaves, take the wine and leave. Take off this thing, whatever the tabard is, put that out, put on my big brimmed hat, and walk out like a bouse.
Brilliant. Right, Ken. You are city guard, but you are one of the rare city guard that prefers to walk the streets at night. You've heard rumors that there is something swimming in the waters of Venice. Venice has hundreds of canals, hundreds of bridges, and you've heard rumors recently that there is something floating, swimming perhaps, in the waters of Venice. Not during the day, but only during the night. That people have said that they've seen something, which sounds a bit odd because at night time it's pitch black. There are lanterns, torches lighting up most of the canalways, but you've heard strange rumors over the last 2 or 3 weeks, well before the passing of the Doge, that there has been something floating in the water. Something else that's come to your attention is, and this isn't directly from your beat, so to speak, from your patrols, but from your followers, your friends who are in the San Polo district. There's talk of a nobleman who had been found drowned in the water. And this was a week, maybe 2 weeks ago. You have the whole of the district of San Paulo to patrol. You can go pretty much anywhere that you want. You report to your superior, who I remember is much like a father figure to you.
Yeah, I'll probably go and see Vito
Vito.
Vines.
Okay.
Because I need to know the direction, like where if he's heard anything, check in. Like I'm gonna go on my walk, kind of thing.
No, it's sat behind his desk. No, I've heard nothing. There's all I've heard, and this is going to be trouble for the city, is that that vagabond, that pirate, Carlo Zeno, is on his way back. Even out hundreds, thousands of miles out into the sea, the word of the Doge's passing has even reached the ears of that vagabond.
Alizano.
Yes, Carlo Zeno.
Carlo Zeno?
Carlo Zeno. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know him.
I think he's been pretty good. The people seem to like him.
Yeah.
From what I heard, word on the street, he seems like a popular guy.
I can't quite pin down that Italian accent there. That's great. So, yeah.
Well, I'm from the mountains, so we talk a little different in the mountains.
Okay, cool. He says, well, true. He's due. He'll be here in a few days, no doubt. I want you to keep an eye on the docks area, especially the warehouses where they load in produce along the Grand Canal into next to the marketplace near the Rialto Bridge. Keep an eye out.
Keep an eye
when
on
he
the
arrives.
docks. Yes, sir.
When Carlo Zeno arrives, expect trouble.
What kind of trouble do you think?
It depends. It depends. If he really does think he's a candidate for doorship, then we'll have trouble.
Well, I know some of them other folks, they're kind of in the system a little more tight. I heard maybe that Federico and Tommaso, they were going for it too, but I don't know.
Still early days. He then lists off about 12 other notable nobles who all were the candidates.
Well, I'll keep an eye on Carlo, and we'll do whatever we can to keep these streets safe. I know that we're a lot of good folk out there, don't want no trouble.
Okay.
And then I'll go head to the docks.
Okay. Right. When you head to the docks now, the docks in the San Paulo area. If you can, is the map up there?
Yeah.
I'll have a look. Yeah, glad. I've only got I've got the left side of it, from what I can see.
Here you go.
Brilliant. Yeah. So on there you've got the Rialto Market, the Grand Canal. Down towards the bottom, just where it says number 12, and there's a landmark there. Southeast from there, that's one of the loading areas. So really brilliant. So from your perspective, it's not so much a dock, but a loading area. The massive warehouses are located further on down south, but I would say just south of Landmark 12, that's where the loading area is. You've heard of a pub there as well, or a tavern, known as the Stiller and Caridi. You know this area pretty well, and you know for a fact that is effectively a tavern that's almost exclusively for sailors, for navymen, for merchants, ship hands. If you want to keep an eye out for Carlo, the Scylla and Caridi would be the place to look out for. Okay.
Yeah, I'll go down to that dock area and kind of check it out.
Right.
Or hang out by the pub. I'll probably do the rounds. Yeah. I'll pick a little route throughout the district, not hang out too much. I feel like I've been doing the night watch, so I know the regulars a little bit. In the area, and
they know you. So as soon as you kind of, because you're pretty over 6 foot.
Well, yeah, I would say at least, and that's really tall, I guess, for this.
Yeah. Average height's probably about 5'6", 5'7". Yeah, so being 6 foot, you're half a foot taller than everyone.
Yeah.
You're kind of, they see your head before they see the rest of your body, and you know that wherever, I think you're probably the worst kind of city guard for catching anyone committing a crime. Because as soon as they see your head moving through the crowd, they disperse.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky, you might see the back of a would-be thief getting off down into the alleyway. So
then if I didn't catch him doing something, I see the best in people, so...
Yeah. I mean, when you're around, Venice has no crime rate. So you are an exceptional deterrent. So, what you do find odd, though, is as you're heading towards this tavern. Now, might come into play, so I haven't wanted to mention it before, but this area, obviously, wherever there's sailors coming in from long terms at sea, there is brothels, prostitutes, and so forth. Now, in Venice, there are 2 tiers of that trade. You have the courtesans, who are elite, well-trained, educated. They provide companionship for a choice few number of nobles. Effectively, when you mingle with a courtesan, you're being entertained intellectually, as well as learning all the rumors, the gossip, finding out what's going on. However, prostitutes, they're not of that level. So you do know that within a stone's throw from the Scylla and Caridi, there is at least 1 or 2 disreputable establishments. It's not necessarily against the law, but whenever if a doge who is considered high morals wanting to go back to family basics, then the brothels all get shut.
But
then whenever there's a more tolerant,
is it more tolerant at this time?
Yeah. Antonio Venier was, everyone liked him because he was almost ineffectual.
Yeah,
he didn't cause any harm, he didn't cause any ripples. So everyone liked him. No one loved him, but they liked him. Everyone liked him because they could just get on with life. The religious tolerance, criminal tolerance, so to speak. So one of the fears is, especially in this area, is if someone like Federico Tribuno became Doge, and he is quite upstanding virtuous man.
Yeah, he's about justice.
Some say that he is nigh incorruptible.
Yeah.
So people in this area really don't want him to be Doge. It's quite simple. So much to your surprise, is that when thieves and vagabonds and scoundrels scarper in your wake, this time around, they're actually waiting. They're having their open conversation, and as you're approaching, you can hear them talking about who's going to be the next Doge. And sure enough, their favourite is Carlo Zeno.
He's the people's choice.
Yeah. Now, as you're approaching, are you wanting to just walk straight into the conversation?
Yeah,
or are you wanting to keep distance?
I'm pretty nonchalant in general. I don't walk loud. I have relatively quiet clothing. I'm not like stealthy. I'm just kind of like, I'm of the people. Like, I've probably busted half of these people and let them go with a warning because I didn't think it was that bad, or they saw me coming. And so they gave the purse back to the old lady they were stealing from. You dropped this.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, so they see you coming.
Yeah.
And they pause, and one of them says, "Hey, Dorcas, come over here. Come on."
Yeah. What's going on, guys?
Who's your choice? Who is your choice of Doge? Come on, then.
Well, I don't know. I heard a lot of folks saying Carlo, he's a good guy. Carlo Zeno, he's the people's choice.
One of them puts his hand up. No. What's your choice?
Well, I mean, my choice is whatever's best for the people. Whatever keeps the streets calm.
These guys have had quite a few drinks, and there's a woman in the background, and she starts laughing. And they say, "Right, come on, a name. None of this talk. Name." Name.
They, I'm just like every other man. I'm low on the totem pole, as they would say. No, doesn't matter what I pick. I'm out here every night working for you guys. So, I want you guys to be happy.
Guys. At that point, two of them shake their heads, turn around, and head straight into the tavern. As the door opens, the noise of activity, laughter, people talking, there's maybe a bit of music in there, and then the door shuts.
As one of the last guys before he starts walking in, if I know him, or whoever is kind of that I know. So,
you know all of them. You know all of them, all by name.
Whoever the last one is, it's like, hey, wait up 1 second. I got a question for you.
Okay. Stops, turns around.
I heard a noble drowned in the canal over there. Could you enlighten me as to maybe where that happened?
I don't know, but I might know someone who can find out for you.
Yeah. Well, I know Carlo Zeno's coming in pretty soon. I just want to make sure everybody's safe for when he comes in.
Carlo's coming. When's he coming?
I don't know. I just know he's coming to visit because they're gonna do all that voting coming up, and I just want to make sure that everybody's nice and calm on the streets because we got good people in this city.
Okay. Well, I'll find out what I can find out about this. Do we have a name? What's his
name? What about Federico?
Strangely enough, you haven't been given the name of the noble. No. That's one of the strange things. It's a well-kept secret, so everyone knows.
So I don't know. That.
But the specifics haven't been shared with you. You just know that the rumors are that a noble was found dead, drowned, floating in the waters.
What about calling him Petro?
No. It is a noble with no name just yet. So,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I'll see what I can find, but this is
And
going to take a bit of time. Perhaps
if
you
you
owe me
can't-
a favor if I get this for you.
Well,
I get
if
you a
you-
name. You owe me a
if you-
favor.
Yeah, if you can't find me, maybe you could drop a note with a courtesan.
Don't worry. I can always find you. He looks
right.
up. Yeah, just emphasize the height. Don't worry.
Right.
I'm sure I can always find you.
Well, I just wanted to know where he was, and you know, we can't have people just disappearing and getting murdered like that. This is a good city with good people.
That is very true. We can't have people just disappearing, getting murdered. I mean,
Well, keep me.
This is a godly city. We can't have people just dying.
Well, I don't know
sort of
about
thing.
that. We'll just be good and moral people, and we'll do our best.
Yeah. So
thank you.
I get you a name.
For your help.
I get you a name. You owe me a favor. He kind of leans in as he says this and offers you his hand. I get you the name. You owe me a favor.
I'll tell you what. Every single night, I do you a favor by keeping these streets clean.
You're not a street cleaner.
Well, I mean,
Come on, Doc. Right, forget about it. I'm not interested. You find out the name of the noble yourself.
Can I try to charm him? Can I try
go
to
ahead.
charm?
Yeah. You can if you wanted to. I mean,
Because I know what you were trying to do the other night, and you know, I felt like you did the right thing.
That stops him in his tracks. He turns around and leans in. I'll give you +5, and yeah, okay, you can have +5 for that. So you roll your. So this is interaction.
Yeah.
Or presence, whichever you prefer. Influence, charm.
Yeah, influence and charm. And interaction is what? Is that intellect or personality?
Yeah, it's second personality. So interaction.
Interaction. So I have a 3 in interaction, and I have a 3 in influence and a 3 in charm.
Wow. Okay. 6 dice, keep 3, add 9 plus the 5, so you're adding 14 already to your dice to your tally.
Okay. So I have 14 dice.
No. So roll your 6 dice.
Oh, 6 dice. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me do that. And I don't have that many d10s, so I'm gonna roll. Actually, I got it. 6 dice. I just have 6. All right, and then I got 110 with those 6 dice.
What did you get?
110.
Right. So keep that 10 automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Then keep 3 others.
All right. Not a super high roll, but oh, there we go. And that is 22, 29.
29. Add your 14 to that. So that's 43. Yep.
Oh yeah, 43.
Okay. 43. His defense is 12, so take 12 off that. That gives you an outcome of 3. That's an impressive success. He stops, and you can see the panic on his face. He looks at you and goes, which night are you talking about?
I'm sorry?
Which night are you talking about? Would you say what I did the other night?
Oh, well, I would say Tuesday. Tuesday night.
You keep quiet and I'll find this name for you, okay?
I was just helping,
right.
and remember I helped you down out of the window?
Yeah.
I know you were stuck, and it was a whole thing, and we just wanted to make sure, I wanted to make sure you were safe, because I thought you might get a splinter.
Yeah, okay, right, yeah. I'll hear that name, you just will forget that happened, okay? Is that all right? Yeah? Right. He turns quickly and scarpers into the tavern. Yeah. Okay, so next day, maybe we're probably halfway through the first week after the Doges passed away. Everyone now knows that Carlo Zeno is on his way. And he is by far the people's choice. He is a war hero. He is dashing. He is adventurous. Some say he's attractive, a good-looking man. But he has, no matter where he goes, the loyalty of every single man who follows him. He has led Venetian armies in the Battle of Chioggia several years ago against the enemy of Venice. That's the Genoese. He led men against the enemy. It's also true, now, but no one seems to mention this, that Federico Tribuno did exactly the same, but for some reason or other, people seem to forget that Carlo Zeno is not the only war hero, but the people of Venice want Carlo Zeno to be the man on the throne. Matteo, though, you've had a couple of days getting back to living in luxury, back into one of the Galino family homes along the Grand Canal. Close members of your family aren't quite talking to you. They're not quite sure what you're doing back, but they've clearly all received the memo that you're back. You're on good behavior, and you're not to be stopped. But you do get the impression that there are a lot of eyes on you. Your family has not forgiven you for what you did, even though it's coming on 10 years or so.
They're not the forgiving type.
Yeah. But what is quite clear to you is that your family do not want Carlo Zeno to be the next Doge.
And he's the guy.
He is one of the favorites. There's about 20, 30 names that you all know. Well, sorry, that you know as a noble. And Carlo Zeno is an outsider. Everyone else belongs to a reputable family. Carlo Zeno's family is reputable, but like with most families, there's branches, and Carlo Zeno's branch of his family isn't that well liked.
Right.
But you have been asked by Marina Galina to investigate, find out who each family is putting forward as a possible candidate, and which families can be persuaded to chuck in their favour behind the Galina family. Now, your family is married to other families, and you learn fairly quickly that Marina Galina's husband, Michel Steno, he is her favourite. The Galina family is getting all of their members behind him. Michel Steno.
Michel Steno.
Michel
like
Steno.
Michel, as in like a man or a woman?
Man. Michel.
Michel.
Yeah. Michel.
Okay.
Now, Now, you can... more than happy for you to roleplay, but with it being like an investigation, there's two ways of doing it, really. You can either go down the route of just going out and investigating and going through the rumor mill. So that would be attention, investigation, plus rumors.
Okay.
And that'll help you identify the names, that sort of thing. I'm not going to give you all the names, just to give you like a gist of who you know, what you know, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And then you can follow that on with, once you have an idea of who to approach, you can then describe how you're going to go and broach the subject of...
I know that I'm terrible at this. Like,
okay.
You know, I know that's not how I get things done.
Okay.
I rely on other people to do that kind of thing. I am a noble. So I would find, do I know the other two players?
No,
Don't.
not yet.
Okay.
Not
so
yet.
I need to know. Go on.
So, of the characters that do kind of know each other, Dorcas is a well-known city guard, and Marco de Medici will have seen this huge mountain of a man walking around in the evening. So usually when you're shutting up your bank and your activities in the San Polo market area and the trading area, you'll have seen him. So just as you're wrapping up for work, just to finish work, he's starting his patrol. So you both will kind of know each other in passing. But with you,
because I've been out of the city for 10 years. So
yeah,
I go to the bar. I go to the pub.
Okay,
I know and people don't talk to me, and I'm just not. That's not how I roll.
Yeah,
I don't have any ideas about how to do this kind of thing. So, as in my character Mateo doesn't. So I go to the pub. I'll actually kind of take it easy because I don't want to be out of my wits. But I've got my sword on. I'm sitting there putting the vibe out at the pub, at the bar. Maybe get some. If it's the tavern, then I get like the stew or whatever it is, and I will look like a noble. But I'm in this place, right? And I'll ask people. So, tell me about the. It's been a while since I've been in the city. Who's going out for Doge? What families? And I'm just blatant. Like, I am asking who these people are and what they've heard.
Okay. Right. I'll still. Okay. If you can do a interaction, investigation, rumors.
Okay. I have 4 dice and I only keep 10s.
Right. Okay.
So looking like nothing. Nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
Yep. I'm asking people in the red light district about politics.
Well, that's the question. Are you going to? There are various areas.
Yeah, I'm going to the shitty place. I'm going to the place that I used to go. So it's where you got some courtesans. They come in. It's not like
no. If it's really shitty area, there will be no courtesans.
Yeah, it's not gonna be shit. It'll be like it's the place of ill repute, but I got cash, or I used to have cash, so I'm gonna go to one of those places.
Okay, okay. You head to one of your old taverns. This is North San Polo, the opposite side to where Ken's character was before. Overlooking the Grand Canal, and across the canal is the Cannaregio area. And the Cannaregio area is where all the noble families show off their wealth by building the most impressive house on the canal side, only for the next family. Yes, but it's not one of the most magnificent ones. There's one being built at the moment, and some people are saying it's going to be gilded.
Wow.
It's going to be the most amazing house in Venice. that's ever been built. And
In my typical fashion, even gilded cages can burn.
No. You, despite your best efforts, though, you spend about 3 hours and you get nowhere.
Yeah.
No one is interested in your obvious attempt to get information from people, and you just rub them up the wrong way. So people talk to you, then they head off, and you're sitting alone 2-3 hours, and then all of a sudden you hear the door open and there's a raucous conversation enters the tavern, and you're pretty bored sitting facing away from the doorway. You've had people come and go all evening, and you can hear 3 or 4 men. They sound like they're already drunk, heading towards the bar. And then one of them says, "Hey, what the? Mateo?
I don't turn around immediately. I'm sitting there drinking some wine as I... Who's asking?
You hear 2 of them say, like, "That's Mateo. He's fucking ignoring us." And then you say that, and hey, they get drinks, and they just sit at your desk, at your table.
I look at them. Do I know these guys?
Yes. You know, there's 4 of them, and you recognize 3 of them. The 4th one you haven't seen before. Of the 3, you know one of them his nickname is Jiro. Forget his name. It's the long name. Full name is Girolamo Tribuno. As soon as you see him, you instantly realize that this is the son of Federico Tribuno, one of the most powerful men in Venice. But you know that Giro is a fire starter. He is...
I like him.
He was probably there when you got into trouble. And it's entirely up to you if you were his scapegoat or you were acting on your own, but he would never have stood up for you. But he's always there. He is a true fire starter. The other 2 people is Roberto Steno and... Hold on. I'm going to have to start Googling Italian names here. And the 3rd one is Iago Dandolo. Again, these are all big family names. Dandolo, at least one Doge. Tribuno, very powerful family. And Steno, he is one of your cousins. Probably 2nd, 3rd time removed.
Sure.
The 4th guy, he is introduced as Francesco Foscari. They all sat down. The 3 that know you, they're staring intently at you.
Like in an evil way, or they're just staring at me?
Possibly evil.
In nomine Patris. Gentlemen, thank you for sitting at my table. As he stands up, goes to the bar. A bottle of wine. Vino. Do you drink red or white?
Who was that to? Was that to?
He says vino, as in wine, and then he looks and points at what's the dude's name? The Tuscany.
Fire starter.
Yeah, the fire starter.
Gio.
Or sherry sack.
Red, come on. And as soon as you start saying that, they all start applauding, and they order a bottle of, like, 2 or 3 bottles of wine.
Yeah.
Straight away.
I'll come over and
Yeah.
sit down. Oh, The church has been good to me these last few years. I've like lost some weight.
We've been hearing rumors that you've been defrocking nuns left, right, and center in that humble little church of yours. That's...
All rumors are rumors.
Yeah. Do out of character. Do you have your blade with you?
Yeah.
Because nobles are allowed to right. Like this. Yeah. You still good with that?
He kind of looks. To be honest, being in the priesthood, you don't get too many opportunities to use a blade.
Yeah.
To cut bread.
We think we might have found, let's just say, fresh blood. He runs like a fencing club. He's from Florence. You like him? He's good. He's good.
Slaps the table. You're still allowing Florentines into the city.
Hey, we let the money in. If they happen to be carrying it, you know. But they're not usually carrying it afterwards. But once they're penniless, then they can go back to that poxy city.
Fair enough. And you visited this.
Oh yeah, he's all right. He's nothing special. Roberto says I even let him win a little spa that we had. But yeah, amateur, absolute amateur. Hey, if your mother will let you out with your little swordy wardy, you can take. We're gonna be there tomorrow. Come along. Come on.
I will come along. Prego. Grazie.
Right. The rest of the evening, they get absolutely hammered.
Yeah, we get fucked up.
Is there... So, Roberto, Giro... I mean, Giro is the ringleader. Mm-hmm. You know that as soon as you're back in the fold, what he says, everyone goes with.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe one of the reasons that I got in trouble was I don't follow what he says, and so he doesn't back.
Right, okay. You can then tell after a couple of hours. You're talking about everything over the last 20 years, what you've missed, what everyone remembers. Mm. But you do realise that on a couple of occasions, he does bring up some points of contention between the two of you, as if he's trying to dig up the dirt.
Yeah,
he's trying to provoke you.
10 years. I mean, I'm sure this is coming to a roll, but 10 years of being like, I am obviously not reformed, but I am changed. So I'm thinking, see, what would patience be?
Is composure.
Composure?
Yeah. My
composure is pretty good, but I'll throw down because I'm assuming that this is a roll.
Well, what is your reflection? Expertise, defense under empathy.
Terrible.
Terrible. Good. That's what I like to hear. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm gonna use. Well, it's only one, so it doesn't really matter. But I was gonna use honor.
Okay.
Yeah. So at least I have 8 chances to get some 10s.
You can't. Well, you're not making the roll. He's trying to provoke you.
Oh, okay.
But what you can do, you can increase your defense. You can spend. So, your spirit pool can be used in 2 ways. One, substitute your dice pool.
Yeah.
The second way is to boost the defense. How that works is you spend a point from your spirit pool.
Okay.
And then you increase your defense by 5 plus your stat, that spirit pool, and you can spend more than 1 spirit point to build up your defense.
I see. So my reflection is I've got 1 rank. My empathy is 3, so I should have a 3, right?
Yeah.
No, a 6.
So it's 6. So so whatever he rolls,
minus 6.
he knocks off 6. So But at this point, you need to gamble how much you want to increase your defense by. How many spirit points?
So my honor is rank 4, so I have 8 dice. So I'm going to spend, let's see, if it's 6, and I did 10, it'd be 16. He's probably really good at this. But I don't want to get into a fight with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also drunk, so I'll spend 1.
I'm just going to go for 1? Okay. So it's 6 plus 5 plus 4 from your from your rank. Yeah, so 15. Okay. 15.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of a softer edge to my prickliness, but when he digs in too deep, I'm like, okay. And I just punch him in the face. Okay. Assuming that I failed the roll.
15. He gets under your skin.
I punch him in the face.
He only gets a partial success. So really, I'm gonna give you the choice. You have to act.
Sure. I punch him in the face.
Okay.
Actually, I'll just go over the table. I don't punch him at all. I just like drunkenly over the table. The table's like a boom. Okay. Sword flies over there. I'm not good at this. So I want to say, what is it? Unarmed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have none. I'm not a brawler. I just dive at this guy. So since it was honor, I spent one of the things, right?
Yep.
So now my honor's not 4, it's 3, right?
No. So you've got a spirit pool, and every time you're using up those spirit pool points.
Oh, I see.
So
how do you calculate your spirit pool?
It's just the number of ranks that you've got in your spirit.
So instead of 7, 8, 9, I have 8. Okay, cool.
There you go. So
I'm going to be using honor since I failed.
Yeah.
I'm using honor to grab him and just take him down to the thing. So I'm going to drop my 8 dice and pray for 10s. Yeah. Lots of 8s. It'd be awesome if I had any skill in brawling. What was it? Statistically, I should get at least 1. Nope.
Right. It's possibly the drink, possibly the fact that this is a very heavy table. You're kind of caught halfway by the table itself, and when you swing from, he's already expecting. Like he's played you like a puppet. So as you fumble across the table and you swing, a shit-eating grin on his face, he just sits back and you just slap the air in front of him. Yep. And he then goes, you need practice. Anyway, come on, let's go. If
fall on the floor, I have to pick up my sword.
As you're picking yourself up, the guy that you've never met before, Foscari, he helps you up.
Whoa.
The other two, they seem, again, it's the dynamics of this group. The two so-called friends, they'd watch what Jiro does, and if he doesn't give them the go-ahead, they won't do anything to help you. But Foscari, for one reason or another, he helps you up. And you then all head off. Now, this is the question. As soon as you're leaving this tavern, you know which establishment Jiro is going to go to. Do you go with him?
And which establishment is he going to?
It'll be the nearest brothel.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you're going. Okay. Bear in mind, you are... okay. You're not wearing the dog collar, so I suppose that's... Right, okay.
I mean, I've kind of set it up that I'm not the hero of this story.
There may not be any heroes of the story. Well, we'll see.
I'm Benny from the Mummy.
So,
yeah.
So you go to the brothel. That wraps up that day. So the next day, Marco, you get a couple of hours fencing practice before you head off to the bank. So it's like the sun's just about got up. It's late October, so it's probably about 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and you and your closest friends are practicing. And again, for the second time in a week, a stranger, someone that you don't know, enters your courtyard. He is an old man. Ken, could you dig up on that book? There is a picture of a gentleman on page. Yeah. Page. I see it's not numbered. 64. It's yeah. So keep. No, that's double pages, so it'll be 23, maybe. Page 23. No. Yeah, keep going up. Keep going up. Further up. Further up. Oh, actually, no. Go down. Down. Yeah, scroll through slowly. Yeah, keep going. There. That one there. That gentleman, he walks in. He's not wearing the crucifix, but he's got the walking stick. But he's wearing like a gambeson and no other regalia on him whatsoever. But there is something about the way that he walks that he clearly has money. He has that confident stride about him. You can hear his walking stick click the ground before you see him, and you're sure that there is gold and silver in the making of that walking stick. And he just stands off to one side. When he sees you looking towards him, he respectfully nods, but doesn't approach. He just puts his hands in his sleeves, like that sort of thing, and then just waits.
Okay. I'll turn to Enrique and kind of hand things over to him. Be like, you know, teach the guys. And I'll go over to him. Good morning, Senor.
Greetings. I was hoping to speak with a de Medici. He names your uncle. I was hoping to, or maybe is it his son? His son, Marco Antonio de Medici.
I'm Marco.
Wow.
I'm his nephew. The old man tends to sleep.
Well, it is. I suppose it is very early, very, very early. Yes, I heard that there was a new fencing club set up. Attracting quite a hustle and bustle amongst the younger swordsmen of Venice.
Well, I'm not sure I'd call it an official club as such, but
I think you should.
Some friends
and I
tend to hang here. Oh, you do? Have we made that much of a splash?
I think you fill a niche, a desire amongst. In peacetime, people with swords get bored unless they have some way of releasing the pressure, the steam. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
He then walks past you respectfully. He's not like ignoring you or anything like that. He just starts looking around. He goes, Though I do think if you were to have like some sort of membership, like a fee for joining, and no, and I mean this with the most respect, with a better location, maybe indoors, vaulted ceiling, I'm sure you could easily hire out a hall within just off the San Marco Basilica. I mean,
Sure, I hadn't thought of making it a venture, and I appreciate the advice. Can I ask who it's coming from?
Oh, he goes over to one of the racks of weapons. He then takes out one of the fencing foils. Says, me, Enzio Core. No one in particular, really. But, well, I actually had hoped to speak to your uncle, but I had also heard, yes, that when he's talking, he's talking to the blade, and he's like turning it over and he's inspecting it. Yeah, but I thought, well, in my youth I used to be a bit of a swordsman, but no, those days are past. But there are plenty children of Sons of Venice who would love to be involved in an exclusive club. And I think having a Florentine, how exclusive can you be? If you are not from Venice to hold a club, how more exclusive can you be? Puts the sword back.
True.
Actually, you said your uncle would still be asleep.
I could wake him, but I'll warn you.
No, that's fine. I've come too early. Used to be, smirks, in the army in my youth. So I get up before the sun does. An old habit. If you are interested in perhaps doing something with this little venture of yours, please contact me. He then gives you an address. It's in the Cannaregio area. As soon as that location's mentioned, you know that this is he or his family must be one of the wealthiest families in Venice. But he puts the sword back, offers you his hand.
Yep, I'll take it. I'll shake his hand.
He's got, at first it's a very firm grip, but then it's almost as if he's remembered something and he relaxes. Yes. Yeah. I must get going. I've just yes. As I say, if you are interested, please visit me anytime. If I'm not immediately, just say that. Just ask for Enzio. They'll know who you're referring to. It's quite a big place, you see. Many family members live there, and there is a lot of us. So, yes.
Did you have a message for my uncle?
No. I think what you have here, perhaps, is possibly a better venture for my interests. Yes. He then nods to you and to your colleagues, who by this point have stopped any pretense of fencing, because they're just curious as to what the hell is this old man doing. Because at some point you can imagine them thinking, is he going to start fencing? And he's overweight, he's old. But sure enough, he nods to them, smiles, and then he kind of shuffles off out of the courtyard. I'll wait for Bill to come back, because you get back to practicing, and then within 30 minutes, the rabble, now 4 in number, turn up into the courtyard, clearly hungover. You notice that one of them's got a bit of a black eye. Looks like they're Had some serious fighting going on the previous night. So
Do you want to?
Well,
Do you want to take a short break? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys want to have a 5-10 minute break?
Let's take a short break.
What time is it? What time are we on in regards to when do you guys need to head off?
I'm good for a couple hours if you need it.
Okay, cool. Miller?
We got maybe 30 more minutes.
30 minutes. Right, okay, so
If it's incredibly engaging, I can push it, but...
Yeah, okay, so we'll leave it for a 5-minute break, and then we'll crack on with the next scene. And then if you need to head off, that'll be a kind of...
Oh, we're back.
We're back.
Welcome back.
Playing the Linen Tapestry. TTRPG game. John, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, sure. So, we last left it in the courtyard of the De Medici premises in Venice. A strange elderly man has just left, and 20-30 minutes later, 4 nobles turn up, hungover, making a lot of noise, and instantly, Marco, you recognize to be your latest members of your club have arrived. Roberto Steno and Giro, the third other noble, and a face that you haven't seen before. I will let Bill just give yourself another quick description now that you're not dressed as a priest. This is you as you would like to be seen, so to speak.
All right, so he's wearing, a noble's sort of attire, like little doublet thing. Maybe even walking around with some sort of padded clothes, as in of someone who might get into fencing fights. He has a nice sword. Looks like he's in his, middle 40s. Salt and peppery hair, cut really short. He looks like a cocksure noble who, he's got the red eyes and the puffiness. He's been drinking, probably hungover, and his hair's kind of like standing on end. But is still lean and has that natural, what do you call it? Arrogance that kind of nothing bad is going to happen to him, even though plenty of bad stuff happens to him.
Yeah. And Miller, what does Marco look like? What's his appearance?
It's morning now, and it's like his morning workout. So whatever like a noble's workout attire would be, a little bit older clothes, but still fine, finely made, finely crafted. Probably the practice gambeson because we're practicing.
Yeah. Okay. Straight away, Giro takes a few steps back, lets Roberto do all the talking. Roberto's rubbing his black eye. Sorry we're a bit late, but we'll join in. It's just a bit of a rough night last night. Hey, perhaps he kind of looks back to Giro. We're thinking about heading over to one of the more shadier areas of Venice. There's a tavern that a good old friend of ours he likes to go to, the Stilla and Caridi, down on the seedier side of San Polo. He's good friends due to come in. I thought nice welcome home for him. Matteo, this is the first time they've mentioned anything like this to you.
Yeah,
there was no mention during the night before, nothing this morning, but all of a sudden.
And he's saying that to me, or he's saying it to?
He's saying that to Marco, but in your earshot.
Yeah.
So so they kind of take off their coats and get a sword out, and Marco, you can tell that they're not here to practice. You can see that the three of them, I'm not sure how Matteo comes across, but the three of them are quite agitated. It looks like they're really up for a fight.
Matteo, just to add a little bit to the description, he looks like a shitty Jaime Lannister with darker hair. Okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right.
I think from his bearing and whatnot, as in post hand cut off Jaime. Okay?
Yeah.
I think from his bearing and whatnot, I don't know if this is like a role or what, but I think you can tell that Marco that he knows how to use a sword, but he's by no means a master. Like he could be deadly with it, but he's by no means a master at it. He's very easy right now. There's a what these guys are saying. You might even wonder if he's listening, or if he's even going. He's being very respectful actually of your school, not touching anything, but he's investigating and just kind of looking. He might be back watching some of your people do practice, and he's actually paying attention to it.
Yeah. At this point, for the first time, Gio actually approaches you, Marco, kind of hand on your shoulder, and escorts you off to one side. Says, yeah. You may have heard, but this scumbag, this cutthroat, this disreputable bastard called Carlos Zeno's on his way here, and I don't like him. My family doesn't like him, and we're thinking of maybe having a nice little introduction, a welcome home for him and his men. This filth crew of his ship.
Why is it he's so disgusted by your family?
Oh, he is lower than low. He's not noble. You've got class. You can tell, even though you are from Florence, you can tell that you have noble bearing, you know? Carlo Zeno. Scum.
I'll pipe up. What the noble is attempting to tell you is Carl Zeno is the people's choice for Doge.
You were at that point unbridled hatred in his eyes. The moment you say that, it's like, you don't talk to me for me. Carlo Zeno will be the worst thing that's happened to this city. Who cares what the people think? The people are all stupid.
I laugh when he says that.
Yeah.
This is not new.
Yeah.
This is probably what's his name again? I forget his name. It's not Zeno. I know him. What's his name?
Giro.
Giro knows he'll probably win, but I will fight him. And my dude, like, he looks at him that way, and he just goes, pfft. Does not affect him in any way.
Yeah, so Marco will turn from Giro to Matteo and extend his hand. I haven't met you, sir. My name's Marco.
He looks at the hand, grasps it. Matteo Galino. You've probably heard of my exploits.
You know the name Galina is a prominent family. They have connections with a party that happens on a regular basis. I'll get the name. Yep, the Campagna della Calza. This is a courtesan party that takes place whenever there's foreign dignitaries from across Europe or North Africa or the Middle East, wherever. When they come here and they're special enough, they get entertained at one of these parties. And at these parties, everyone is masked. It is the original masquerade party for Venice. It's only been going around for about 100 years or so, but it is. You might have been when you first came here. Your uncle might have arranged for you to attend one of these parties, and you'll have talked to dozens of people. Some of you'll recognize the voice of, most of them you won't have. And you may have been entertained by one or two courtesans. But after that, you were never invited again.
Okay.
And as far as you know, your uncle has only ever attended twice, and one of them was with you. It is it is for the most elite members of Europe or newcomers turn up for these parties. But the Galena family has links with that. You're not sure what the links are, but they're involved. More so, possibly, on the diplomatic side of things rather than the entertainment side of things. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Hero continues. Yeah, who cares about the people? The people are nobody. They're bread and circus. We tell them to jump in the water, and they'll jump in the water. Some of them may even ask how much. There you go. Thanks, Ken.
I've actually got one right.
Wow, bloody hell. Am I the only one without a mask?
I don't have a mask. Do
Oh, that's alright then. So,
I have a mask?
so he says, the tap on the shoulder, and he kind of ushers you in just so that it's slightly out of earshot from everyone else. Says, if you and your uncle want to make any impact on this city, you're going to have to join a side. I know you've got money, but money's not going to be enough here. If you want to, I can put in a good word for you, but you're going to have to, let's just say, be of some use, some service to my family, the Tribuno family. You know my father?
Oh, you're a Tribuno, huh?
Yeah?
That's Giro, right?
Yeah, his full name is Girolamo Tribuno.
Okay, yeah.
His nickname is just Giro.
Well, I'm not sure how far your word would go exactly. If you're wanting my assistance with somebody else that I don't know who may be just as influential. And from what your friend here says, is the people's choice for Doge.
Doesn't work like that. Ah, well, never mind. Somebody doesn't understand how it works. Never mind. But as Roberto was saying, we're gonna be heading out in a few nights' time. More than welcome to join us. Hey, you might even enjoy yourself rather than being cooped up in this little whatever this is. Okay. He looks at everyone. Fed up. Clearly disgruntled. Was Matteo trying to listen in on any of that conversation?
He'll have heard some of it.
Okay.
You know
that whatever Marco has said.
If it was hushed tones, then he'll listen in.
Okay. Can I have a attention, perception, surveillance?
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
Attention. Hey, I actually got a 10. It's about fucking time. Let's see, in surveillance. So you don't use perception. So I have perceptions 3, but surveillance is at nothing. So I have no dice.
So no. So you roll your dice pool of attention.
Yep.
You keep 3 dice.
Oh, okay.
And you don't add anything to it.
Even though that surveillance is a 0.
Yeah. The expertise is just if you were specialized in something. As long as you have the skill, you can keep dice.
Okay. So I got a 10 and a 5, and then a 6. So and a 5. So here's a question.
Yep.
I only keep 3 dice. I roll 4.
Yep.
So 10, 5, and a 6. Right? What is that? 21?
Yep.
Because I rolled a 10, do I keep the other die as well? The 5?
Yep. You always keep the 10s. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they don't
The only
towards.
Yeah, it doesn't count towards the 3 that you keep. So if you rolled 4 and
One of them.
You rolled a 10. You're keeping all of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only dice you never keep is if you ever roll ones. Right. What is Marco's overlooked? It's your defense under stealth. This is your.
I've got one stealth with one rank and overlooked, so it's got a 2.
Okay. Knock 2 off your tally. So that was down to 23.
Yeah.
Okay. You hear pretty much everything that Marco says. Giro's side of the conversation, you get bits and pieces. So you know what Marco said to Giro. You don't know what Giro said to him, but it's quite clear Marcos is insulted.
Yeah.
Giro. But you are surprised that Giro hasn't done anything about it.
Right. Well, I'm standing at a fencing school, surrounded by his students, and he's obviously good. So, I got a feeling that that Jiro knows he can't take him right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. My dude is he's an idiot, but he's not stupid.
Yeah. No, that's fine. So Giro heads off. Roberto kind of looks a bit lost because he was up for this. Go on, Miller.
As they're heading off, Marco's going to kind of nod toward his buddy
Enrico. Okay. Yeah.
To come over. And then he's going to stand tall. He's going to use his presence, and he's going to say to a lot of them, "Any of you all are welcome to stay and finish our morning workout." Trying to convince them to stay with him instead of going with Giro.
Roberto stops, looks back, then looks back to Giro, and he turns to you, Marco, and he shrugs and says, maybe next time, the eye isn't a bit, I'm not quite seeing properly just yet, and he heads off. The third guy heads off as well. Enrique, though, whispers in your ear, Marco, and says, watch out, he's possibly one of the most dangerous men in the city. You don't want to make an enemy out of him. If you want your uncle's bank to get off the ground, his father's one of the procurators. Out of character, a procurator is a high member of the cabinet. It's their job to decide who gets the money from the treasury into what area. So any money going into the banks, the guilds, the schools, or anything like that, you get the money and the license via the procurator. So if you piss off a procurator who's involved in your field, they can shut you down with a word.
Okay. Yeah.
So, does Matteo stay?
Oh yeah.
Matteo.
Yeah. He'll he's kind of separated. He's over in the corner, like looking at their their artwork or something or whatever. And as Jiro and the guys leave, again, this is not uncommon. Matteo just kind of he does the Irish goodbye a lot.
Sure.
If Giro calls him, he'll just be like, I'll catch up with you at the bar later.
Yeah.
It's no offense.
Yeah.
He just, that's how he is.
Yeah. And you also get the impression that as Giro heads off, that Giro's now got something else on his mind.
Yeah.
You might not even realize that you're not following him, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Millet, are you needing to head off?
Oh, we're good. Let's go.
Good. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So, day goes by. Is there anything that you two, now that you're together during the day, is there anything that you want to do?
Marco. I will absolutely talk to Marco.
Okay.
Because I don't want to eat up too much time.
No. Go ahead.
He'll come up and your school seems to be quite nice. Bella. Can't speak in Italian. Arrivederci.
Oh, thank you, but this is just my backyard. I've been considering, investing some money and actually opening up an actual school. An exclusive one.
Many years ago, there were schools. I'm making this up. Schools And they did quite well. But as he kind of like turns and looks where Giro is, basically repeating what old dude says, making an enemy of Giro's family it can have problems.
Oh yeah, I understand, but he came into my house and tried to embarrass me in front of my students.
That sounds like Giro. You know, when we were boys, I called him the Sandwich.
Sandwich? Why is that?
It's a long inside joke. I wouldn't say it now.
Right. Ken, head back to you. So, you sleep most of the day. You get up, ready for your night shift.
I always go to visit Angua to make sure that she hadn't experienced any trouble before I go to bed. Is that okay, or do you want me to skip that?
No. So, you don't often... She's quite elusive. You saved her life, or at least her dignity, that night. But most of the time, you see her when she wants to see you. She'll appear out of nowhere often, but you know that she's a courtesan. She's not a prostitute that you would find normally in San Paulo or in the area that you're patrolling. But
yeah, maybe I just walked by her place and she wasn't there, or it didn't seem like anything was you know, wrong.
The only time that you can. So the only time that you can regularly see her is if you know when the Compagnia della Calza parties attend. So that when you know when it finishes, you can often see her leaving.
Okay.
Sometimes with a noble, sometimes without a noble.
Copy.
So that's the only regular time that you know when to find her. And obviously when she doesn't have a noble and she sees you, she latches onto you and you're her escort home.
Yeah, because I want to make sure that she gets home okay.
Yeah. Okay. So there was a party tonight. So do you head off to see that she's okay, to escort her?
Yeah, I mean, once I've done my night watch duties, dawn is breaking. And I make sure that
you're right. So you're heading towards the noble house where these parties take place, and you see her exit. She's not with anyone. She hasn't quite seen you yet, but just as you're about to approach the building, you hear a familiar voice, and it's the guy that you'd asked for a favor from to find out the name of the noble. And he goes, "Hey, Dorcas, psst."
Oh.
And turn around, and out.
Oh, hello there.
Peering out of an alleyway is your little bird, so to speak.
What was your name again?
I'm gonna start googling names here.
Because I don't want to just call you bar goer.
Alfredo.
Alfredo.
Taipolo. That's the family name of the noble that was found drowned.
Taipolo.
Yeah. So imagine the scene. It's late. You're in one of the alleyways that leads onto a canal. At the end of this street, there is the house that Angua heads out of. Just as you're about to approach and get her attention, she hasn't seen you yet, that's when Alfredo comes out of the shadows to get your attention. When you turn to see him, he looks in the direction that you were looking at, and you can see him. See Angua. Could I get a attention, empathy, and
No.
oh, that's not a good laughter, is it? Could I get any empathy roll? You can apply.
I have a reflection of 2. Does that help?
Nope, that's a defense. So do you have anything in emotions, intentions, or weakness?
I have a rank of 1 in empathy, and I have a rank of 1 in attention.
Oh, good.
You're the best guard in the world.
I know.
You're like,
Okay.
That's about
You
right,
and I-
actually.
you and I
that is
totally
the-
made characters that
Hey.
are terrible at what we try to do.
I'm gonna ask for the roll though. If you can roll your attention,
Yeah.
your 1 dash.
That's awesome.
That's a 7.
Okay. You don't notice. You don't notice the expression on Alfredo's face. He then
I
looks
don't
back
see
to you.
expressions.
He kind of quickly steps back out of the line of sight along that alleyway, that canal that you're on.
What you want me to go in the alley with you? I guess I could step in there, but I gotta walk my friend home. All right, what do you need? Tell me about this guy. What'd you say his name was? Typolo?
Yeah. No, I think we'll leave. Just yeah. His name is all I got was he's a member of the Typolo family. Major family,
Typolo
really important.
family.
But are you actually coming into the alleyway, or are you
Yeah, I'll
standing?
step in the alley.
Okay. As soon as he knows that you're off that canal way, he relaxes a little. Right. You gotta be careful. I don't think you realize just who or yeah. Me and you may not see eye to eye on anything really, because
Well, I don't get
both
into
sides.
politics.
No, I think you need to be careful with who you're. I've said too much. At that point, turns round, and he starts to
I
walk.
grab him.
Okay, he's not going to resist.
I work for the city guard, and what we do is we make sure the streets are safe. And if you know something, you better be saying something, because I don't want blood on my streets. I won't let it come back to you.
Look, let's just say. But don't be getting involved with the compagnia. Don't you be getting involved?
Compania.
Yeah, you know the parties.
Yeah.
Those sort of people eat you up. I've said too much. I'm off. And he kind of tries to shrug off your hold. Are you holding him still, or are you going to let him go?
Well, I thank you for that information. Typolo family. Well, I best be go telling the Typolo family that we discovered the body of they're missing.
Oh, they already know. I wouldn't. Don't tell. I don't think they want anyone to know.
Oh.
that it was one of their sons.
Well, I won't.
Yeah,
I won't tell him it was you. If you hear anything, please come to me when about when Carlo Zeno gets in. That'd be right helpful.
He's coming in tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Well, thank you very much, sir. I'll help you out any other windows you seem to be trapped in next time I see you.
Right, yeah. Right. He turns around, and as he's walking away, you can hear him say, "What an idiot." And he walks off, just shaking his head. You then hear a familiar voice, and it's Angua. She calls out and says, "Dorcas? Is that you?"
Well, I think you'd be calling me Carota. We're friendly, you know. You and me, I'll walk you home. Make sure you walk home safe.
Oh, you are so sweet. Come on, then.
Hey, anything for you, my dear.
Smiles. You link arms, and you, like a proper gentleman, you walk her home. So, end of that scene. The next day, everyone in Venice now knows that Carlo Zeno is about to arrive. His ship, the Bira de Mar, some people have actually reported that they can see from atop the arsenal walls that they can see his ship coming in. And the port is bustling with activity. People are praising his name.
I will find my aunt either, that one evening, or if it's too late, then I will.
No.
Early.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would have told her was, obviously Carl Zeno. And also, I've got a pretty good feeling that Giro's family is interested. And I'll tell her what I heard. I'm pretty straightforward with her.
Yeah.
And I'm actually very loyal to my family. You don't shit where you sleep, kind of thing, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna become actual enemies with my family. So I let her know that he's probably, I would guess he's going to try and do something. I'd ask if she wants me to alert the guard, if she doesn't want to get her hands dirty and be seen. You don't call the cops kind of thing, but I can, because I know exactly who I am.
Yeah.
And I don't reflect badly on them. So yeah, I tell her what's up.
Do you tell her? Do you tell her everything?
Yeah.
Who he's talked to? Who he's talked about? So you mentioned Marco as well.
Yeah, I talk about Marco, and in fact, this might be a little bit of PC Halo, but I think it does work because I've just come into town and I need new friends that don't hold my past grievances against me. So I talk about this Florentine who seems to have a really nice group of fencing school and all these things, and probably reputable, this bank, and Giro's probably his family. He'll try to convince his family to shut them down. Ergo, hey, we could support him and have fencers on our side. And yeah, I don't give her the plan, right? I just say, he's a good guy, but that's the reason.
Well, there's a couple of things to you in the response to that. She says, one, his father, or Giro's father, he is standing for Doe's ship.
Of course.
Not an ideal candidate, but so forth. When you said Giro's planning something against someone, who?
This Zeno. Zeno, I've got the feeling he's going to make life difficult for him in the streets.
Stick with Giro. Stick
You
with
want
him.
me to support him?
Certainly don't stop him if he's about to make a mistake. And also, before I go, if I hear about you walking into, and she names the name of the brothel that you went to, you will go back to that church.
He just kind of looks at her, looks her up and down. He doesn't say anything. He knows better.
Yeah.
But he looks at her like, you haven't had sex in a long time, have you? He doesn't say a word. He does not say a word.
Okay. When you say that,
He doesn't say it.
well, no, sorry. When you give that expression, when you give her that look,
Mm-hmm.
You are given. This is quite strange. It's almost as if you're given a flashback of an early memory, as if she doesn't have to say anything to put you in your place. You are kind of reverted back to a memory of when you were a child, and it's a terrifying moment. And she just she simply looks at you, and after about 5 or 10 seconds, you're terrified. You don't know what of, but you just have that. It's a regressive fear.
Sure.
And
He'll
yeah,
just apologize.
Yeah. As soon as you apologize, that feeling starts to slowly fade away, and then she heads off.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
She's gone. Okay.
Also, before we carry on, I did want to go meet the old man too.
Yeah, sure. Okay, we'll do that now.
Okay, and I want to take Enrique with me.
Yeah, sure.
Enrique's a Sicilian too, so he could, bring in the Sicilian school crowd.
Yeah. So you head over there. It is an impressive mansion. They're called palazzas. They are, yeah, that's a good example. But along the canal front, the architecture, because bearing in mind, it's just all on wooden poles. There's no soil, there's no rock in Venice. All of the city, parts of the city, the well-developed parts, is just on 60-foot long wooden pile drivers, and they're all clumped together. And the masonry, you don't know how anything can stay standing. And these houses are built to the very edge of the water. Many of them have little the word. They can walk straight from the house, the back door, onto a boat or onto a gondola. So this is a very, very impressive house. You head in. You're then greeted by a somewhat bewildered young lady. Says, "Can I help you?"
Yes. Good morning. One of your relatives, I believe, Enzio, had spoken with me earlier today, and he told me to come by and to discuss things further.
Do you have your sword with you, out of character?
Yes.
Okay. Just as you finish that, you hear footsteps coming down a huge grand staircase, and it's Enzio Corre. He dismisses the servant and heads down. So pleased to see you. Please, come.
Enzio, good to see you too.
Yeah. Just, even though, despite the fact he's just dismissed it, he then calls back the servant and says, drinks for me, I'll have, and he asks for like a snack. And then, how about yourself? Drink, food, fruit?
Oh yes, I'll have some fruit.
Yeah. Okay. He then takes you through to like a study area. pulls out a chair for you. He sits down, and so have you given the offer consideration?
I have. It's not something that I would take lightly, and my friend Enzio here would be a partner with me on this. Enzio brings his Sicilian style. I would want the most exclusive school club in all of Europe, in all of the world. Europe, Asia, Africa.
Ambitious.
The most exclusive spot in Venice.
Yeah.
I assume you had something in mind on your end.
I think what I had in mind pales in comparison to your ambition. That is what I like to hear. Someone with ambition, someone who I'm not interested in partnering up with someone who already has money. I want to partner up with someone who has a vision of the future, someone who clearly has an idea of how they can put their stamp on the world. Yes, I can arrange that. Not sure how you could define the most exclusive part, but as soon as we start telling people it's the most exclusive part of Venice, people will start believing it is the most exclusive part of Venice. That's generally how it works in Venice. But yes, I am more than happy to help you with this endeavor. I will rent out the area, be under my name. However, while the club is open, your name will be above the door.
And I assume you'll want rent, a lease. Or are you looking for partnership?
I'm looking for names.
Names?
I'll find the names because I've forgotten his name. One name in particular is Giovanni de Bici de Medici. Your uncle, cousin, second removed, back in Florence. That's all I want.
Do you want a meeting? You want his ear, or you want his favor?
If I was to write a letter, could you deliver it in person? Not immediately. I mean, it takes time to write a letter. Going to Florence takes several weeks.
It is.
Let us say once your name is above the door, I would ask you to have a letter delivered, and I would trust only you to deliver it for me.
I can do that.
Great.
Consider it a deal.
Brilliant. Fantastico. And what are you doing in 3 nights' time?
I don't tend to plan my days that far, or at least my nights.
Excellent.
I spend looking and training. But...
Consider your evening occupied. Gives you the time, gives you the date. It does give you the location of the Ducal Palace. Perhaps the second most prestigious building of all of Venice. That's behind the St. Mark's Cathedral.
Yeah.
He gives you a token, like a coin or a chit of some kind. When you turn up, go to the card door, and that's the door that leads out from the giant's courtyard out and towards St. Mark's Basilica and the St. Mark's Plaza.
Okay.
Hand that, and you will be escorted directly to the meeting. However, please tell no one of this meeting. If you forgive me, but I will not tell you who you'll be meeting at there. But just, I want a fresh perspective of what will be said and done at that meeting, and I think it'll be a good opportunity for both of us to learn much more about each other.
Well, I would like that very much. So I take it this meeting is not about the school at all.
No. At that point, servant comes in, drink, food, and you talk for quite a while. If there's anything that you want to have like private conversations, DM me later on or whatever. It's just if at anything that you wanted to speak to him about specifically that you can't think of now, but you do later on. Now it's like DM me. That's fine. Okay. Ken, you've finished work. You've it's late afternoon. You've gone out of bed. You have a nice walk around Venice. Perhaps one of the most beautiful areas is St. Mark's Plaza, overlooking the Grand Canal, just outside the Ducal Palace. As you're minding your own business, as you do, you see a figure. At first, you're not particularly observant, though, are you? Out of character.
I actually, my observation skills. What is that? Perception?
But yeah, perception.
I have a perception of 2 and an awareness of 2.
Okay. Right.
So
all right.
I'm saying mediocre.
Yep. No, that's fine. That's fine. Right. So, from the south side of the Ducal Palace, faces out onto the Giudecca Canal, and across there you have a couple of islands. A lot of people like to just meander around this area. It's one of the most beautiful promenades areas in Venice. You're effectively looking south across a fantastic cathedral on an island, and then just the rest of the lagoon. It's one of the most beautiful views in Venice. And as you're walking past the Ducal Palace, a man comes up to you. He says to you, "So, isn't it so exciting? We're gonna have a new Doge."
Well, that seems to be the case. The old one died.
That is very true. Yep. The Doge is gone. Long live the next Doge. But yes,
long live the doggy. I say it. I say it now. I'll always say it.
Very funny. I like that. I have to say though, I mean, when it comes down to it, there's only one man, and I gotta say, Tommaso, just got it all. He's got it all.
Well, he's a war hero, that's for sure. He fought for Venice. There's no question about that.
Oh no, I think you mean. Are you talking about Carlo Zeno, or are you talking about Federico Tribuno?
Well, I
mean Thomas. Oh.
I thought they all kind of got involved with wars and whatnot, foreign territories.
What is your What was your character's awareness again? Did you have 2 ranks in awareness?
I have 2 ranks in awareness. So I have an awareness of, I guess, 8. A tally of 8.
Yep. Yep. No, that's fine. Wow. Okay. Right. Miraculously, you notice that he's standing so close to you, he's almost touching you.
Well, you like to get nice and close.
But you notice that while he's talking to you and he's laughing at what you're saying, and his eyes are looking over your shoulder. So imagine this is the Ducal Palace. You're facing out across the lagoon, and this guy has just suddenly come towards you, and he stood right in front of you, as they're almost touching, and he's looking over your left shoulder. No, I suppose with he'd do all right. He'd do all right. Yeah, I suppose he'd do a good job. Yeah. Aye, but
that's what the people say.
Ego.
I got a lot of folks saying that maybe the upper class crust folks, they don't think he's very good. I don't know. I don't really get involved with politics, and I'll look over in the direction that he's looking.
The moment you do that, he kind of you're really told this guy is wiry and thin. He's probably about 5'3".
Yeah.
And he just as you're turning to look in the same direction, it was fun. Very enlightening, very entertaining to talk to you, and he kind of claps you in your arms, and then he brushes past you and just walks in the direction that he was looking at, but rather directly, he then kind of follows the crowd, because there is just like a flow of people walking one way and a flow of people walking the other. It's that packed, and you can see him join the crowd and just head down parallel to the water's edge.
Well, I guess he might be up to something. I better follow him.
Okay. What is your overlooked defense?
Overlooked, you said?
Yeah. It's your defense underneath stealth. And how close are you following him? Bearing in mind,
overlooked. I just have a 1.
Okay. How close are you following him? How much distance are you giving him?
Not super close. I just thought it was weird, and I looked off in that direction, and I'm not close. Just kind of like, well, maybe there's probably gonna. I just feel like there's trouble in that direction, so it's like I'm not trying to necessarily keep in. He just. I was going one way, and then he walked the other way, and so I was gonna go that other way.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. So, this curious man joins the flow, and then just as he's about to get to the corner, like past the corner of the Ducal Palace, where there's another canalway, like perpendicular, he kind of turns and darts out of the flow of people, out of sight, down that canalway. So he's gone round the corner of the Ducal Palace.
Well, he must be lost. I better go help him.
Okay. As you're approaching the corner, you can hear right. This is the guy that you had just been talking to. He says, Oratio, you know why I'm here. I don't want to be asking you this, but you can just about see him give a nonchalant shrug. You owe what you owe. How? So at the moment, you can just see like half of his body, because you're stood a few feet away from the corner. You can't quite see from this angle who he's talking to. Do you want to move or stay in this position?
Well, I'll just kind of give him a beat. Maybe he's okay. I'll just kind of keep my feelers out see if anything happens. If
So
he
you
suddenly
just-
jumps in the canal, I'm gonna try and go and jump in after him, save him.
Okay. So you stay where you are, but you're listening in. Okay.
Yeah, listening in.
You then a voice you haven't heard of, I haven't heard before, snarls and says that debt's already been paid. The previous one, yes, but you just can't help yourself. You lost big 2 nights ago, and I heard you use my name to keep the house happy. That was the drink talking. See, I'm gonna settle that debt tonight. Don't worry, I've already settled it for you. I had to. Some nasty people you gamble with. You can hear like a tut. We're all friends, you and me. So, I'll give you a week to come up with the 50. 50? At that point, everything goes quiet around the corner, and you can see the guy that you would the curious guy steps back, and he looks directly at you.
I look right back at him.
He pushes himself down, and then he nods to you. He nods to whoever he's talking to, and he just keeps on walking on. Out of sight, down the side of the ducal palace.
Well, I'm glad they got that sorted out without violence. That's what I say to myself.
Okay. Do you step into the canalway to see who he was talking to?
Let's see. Would I do that? Yeah, maybe. I just kind of take a step forward, take a stretch, pop my neck.
Yep. How many ranks have you got in backing your society trait for you as
One.
a city guard? 1. You roll a d10. If you get, we'll say, if you get 7 or more, you know who this person is.
I got a 6.
No. Clearly a
No.
guard. He's not a city watch. You recognize him to be a palace guard. He works for either one of the major families, or he works for the government, and he works in one of these buildings, perhaps the ducal palace itself. And when he sees you, he's quite tall, he's quite big, possibly the same, a little bit shorter than you, maybe 6 foot, 5 foot 11, but he's big. He looks at you, and he sees you looking at him.
I
And
give him a big smile. Well, it's a mighty fine day in the canals today. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Turns round, heads further on down the canalway along the wall of the ducal palace. Takes a key out of a purse, unlocks one of the doors, opens the door. As he's going in, he looks back at you, bewildered with what you've just said. Are you doing anything? Are you just stood there smiling?
I'm just smiling at him like, oh, this just like everything's just peachy keen. I didn't have to fight nobody just now. I'm pretty happy.
Good day. Kind of looks at you, closes the door, and then locks
I
up.
wink at him. Good day, sir.
Okay, right. Yeah. Behind you, you can just people are just walking backwards and forward. It's just Venice on a normal day.
Sounds good. I'll step back and proceed back to Vine's office, and I'll probably fill him in what I know about what I got from the little bird.
Okay. Yeah.
About the Topolo family, and saying, well, I think we ought to keep it under wraps. And they said I shouldn't get involved with Campania. I don't know who that is, but the people do seem like they're all up in arms about Carlo Zeno.
Yeah, he's arriving today. Yeah.
That's what's being said.
Yeah. Can you arrange for anyone who isn't working to be working? I want double shifts for the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely. I'll get started on that right now. I'll knock on the doors, and we'll get the whole troop in line.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Okay. Bill and Miller. Another day passes.
Yep.
You're both. I mean, do you go back to the fencing club?
Yeah.
Matteo? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You're dragged out for another night of drinking. And you're asked, what's your opinion of this Marco? Is he someone you think we could get involved? He's got a bit of money. Do you think he'd be happy to share it for good word?
Perhaps. I believe he wishes to make a name for himself. Obviously is skilled. He could be a good ally.
Okay.
He is not a criminal, though.
You don't need to be a criminal to have fun in the city.
Matteo just sort of laughs as he says, but I have such a problem blurring the line between the two.
Yeah. Well, Pascari said he was up for it. We can get Marco if he can handle himself. That'll be good. There's this tavern called the Stella Uncavidi. You might have been there years ago. Bit of a shithole, but that's where his ilk go every time. Thinking about causing a bit of trouble for them. Do you want to come along?
I will come along.
Tell Marco to come along as well. Okay.
He'll get up and finish his drink.
Yeah.
A few coins.
Mhm.
And go to the fencing club.
Sure. As you're heading off to the fencing club the next morning, high speed, straight over. There's a knock on your door. You're not even out of bed, really. And Marina opens the door slightly and says, are you decent? Or are you ever decent?
I just kind of wait.
She then pushes the door fully open. 3 nights' time, there's going to be a meeting at the Ducal Palace. I want you there.
Of course.
Gives you the time, date, turns around, leaves you.
I go back to bed.
Yep. Right. What time are we on? Well, it's 10:30 here. I'm thinking, should we leave it there?
Well, you guys can continue. I have to make food.
Right, Miller?
Yeah. I'm having a blast. I'm loving this, so
Yeah.
All right,
you guys,
cool.
I'm good to go on, but
you guys keep it up. I'm just gonna make some stuff and I'll be back.
Yeah, sure.
And if you guys are still going,
Yeah, I'm gonna give myself half an hour because it'll be 11 p.m. by the time that half an hour comes by.
I will return.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Right. Several days pass. Carlo Zeno, his ship, the Bira de Mar, thinks it's the flagship of the Venetian fleet, but it's not. But as far as he's concerned, it's the most important ship in all of the fleet. However, talk is that he hasn't actually left the ship yet. But his crew, though, has departed the ship, and they are loving the attention. They just simply have to say that they're the member of the crew of the Bissa de Mar, and they're getting free drinks. Wherever they go, they're getting free drinks, free food. They are lapping up the association with the war hero, the people's choice of Doge. Yeah. Dorcas knows that there's only one tavern that they go to, and they stick to it. They don't go anywhere else. They always go to
the still in Concord 80 pub.
They go to the Stilla and Caridi. Caridi, yep. They're actually on the hanging sign. It's two monsters from the Odyssey. So I think it's the one, the beast that creates like a kind of a whirlpool that swallows ships whole. I think that's Scylla. Mm-hmm. So that's what's on the hanging sign. You're told to keep an eye on that inn.
Oh, absolutely. I'm there. I'm there with a couple of my guys from the Day Watch, I'm sure.
Okay.
Because I was told that everybody's working doubles. They're tired.
Let me throw a little bit more fiction in there. I'm thinking Marco knows Dorcas a little better, since Dorcas is looking after the bank at night.
Yeah.
Marco occasionally buys him dinner. You know, when he's coming on shift and Marco's going home, he'll take him to a tavern for dinner.
Yeah,
I'll believe that. No, you can't buy me dinner. I'll buy my own dinner. But thank you very much. You can sit at the table with me and talk to me anytime you want. But I got a job and I work hard for it.
Let me buy the drinks.
I don't want to look. I don't want nobody buying me any favors. I can't be showing any kind of influence one way or the other.
I understand. Let me buy the drinks at least.
I don't drink. Are you kidding? I'm on duty.
Out of character, I'm sure that was not a thing in Venice at the time. Probably not even now.
Well, I mean, out of character, yeah. No, I'm definitely drinking. So we're there.
So here's what I'll do. I'll get my friend Enrique from Sicily. His family owns wineries, so I'll bring a bottle of his wine to have with our dinner when we have dinner together occasionally.
I'll act like I'm drinking the wine, but in reality, I'm just kind of putting it up to my mouth and then putting it down just to be, I just try to keep the peace. I'll go and do whatever is needed. But if I'm on duty, I'm on duty and I'm working.
Yeah, you know that you're superior. Anyone found in the night watch drunk whilst working, they will be reprimanded.
Oh, absolutely.
You can drink, you just can't get drunk.
Right. But I definitely I appreciate all these gifts you've given me, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna do you any favors.
Oh, no, I don't expect any favors back. I appreciate the work that you do, and I want to show that, my appreciation.
Well, I appreciate your appreciation, and I'll do my best. If anybody causes any trouble in front of your place of business, I will do my best to make sure they're taken care of, and I keep a good watch.
And that's why I appreciate you. You can't be bought.
No, sir. Can't be bought.
Is there any particular topics that you talk about?
Yeah, I'll talk about everybody's trying to make me decide on who to vote for, but you know, I don't have any say. I don't have any influence. Nope. Nobody cares what I think, so I best not say nothing.
I agree. As a foreigner, I have no say at all. They try to get me to say this person, that person. They want me to back someone in public. I don't have a say.
It seems like I'm better off just, keeping the peace. People seem to like Carlo Zeno, though. His, we're in the bar, right? We're in the...
Yeah, just a reputable bar in the center of San Paulo.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a bunch of Mr. Zeno's ship workers right here. They're really... The people love them. And I think it's great for the city. Yeah.
I would think for as a populist, a charismatic leader like that, he would come out and show himself.
I don't know.
Is there have you gotten any advisories or anything that might indicate why he wouldn't come off of his ship?
I don't know. All I've been tasked with was keeping the peace, and it's not really my place to say. I do know that anytime nobility goes missing, there's something going on in this city. There's something nefarious, as they might say. I think when the Doge when that guy died, we got some trouble until that seat's warm again.
Was it the same way with the last Doge that passed?
I don't know. I wasn't alive then. I'm only 26 years old. I think this one's been around for a while. He kept the peace real good and seemed to have a real nice hand when it came to letting this go and letting that go. And I think everybody's getting all like, you know how they are, greedy and such.
Right.
They want to get theirs.
For scraps.
Yeah, fighting for scraps, influence and whatnot.
Okay, we don't have to role play this out anymore.
Yeah. No. For a moment there, I thought you were going to talk about the Type Hollow murder, but no, that's fine.
No, I did. I mentioned that Nibbles were killed, but I'm not gonna say his name out loud because that's an investigation that's ongoing.
Yeah. No problem. So, you both head out, do the rest of the day. In a day's time, so for Marco, tomorrow night you've been invited for a few drinks down at the Scylla and Kadidi, but that's just going to be trouble.
And that's where Shiro's going, right?
Yeah. And then the following night is the meeting in the Ducal Palace with people that all you know is you're going to be there with Enzio Cora, and that's all.
Yeah, Marco does want to talk to Jiro again, so he will meet him.
Yeah. Right, cool. So, I was wondering if Bill's going to be back in time, because it's 1:45 now, so I've got about 15 minutes. Okay.
I would probably ask. I would definitely ask if Marco's heard anything like that I should be aware of, and keeping the peace.
No, can't say I've really heard anything more than just rumors here and there.
Rumors? What kind of rumors?
Oh, you name it. Every family wants their person, and it's always some family talking about another family, and who knows what to believe.
That kind of time, that's for sure. And how is your business doing? You got any plans? Yeah, what's going on with you?
Oh, not bad. The banking and the trade is doing well. We've my uncle's secured a few contracts. I've had a little ambition to start my own official club. Very exclusive.
Well,
very exclusive.
I know a courtesan that might embellish your club excitement. That's for sure.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, she's one of the best in the city. No doubt. She is entertaining and very smart.
So, what would it take for me to get a little meeting with her?
Well, after work, I always walk her home in the morning. Make sure she gets home nice and safe. Sometimes folks around here like her too much. You know what I mean? She's that good, and she just needs a little protection walking home sometimes. But yeah, I would happily introduce the two of you if that seems appropriate.
Well, I'll tell you what. Don't be forceful about it. Just mention my name and say I would like to meet her to discuss marketing.
Yeah, marketing. Absolutely.
Right. So we'll hopefully it'll come back in the next 5-10 minutes. So night goes by. You don't get to see Angua that night. Not unusual. You don't see her every night. The party's not on. The party's maybe on like maybe once a week, 2-3 times a fortnight, that sort of frequency. But this night when the party was on, there's no sign of her. But it's not the first time, so you're not too alarmed. It's just she's obviously doing something else. But it is the night of Stilla and Kadidi. So, Marco, you're kind of waiting in your compound, your house. And there's a knock on the door, and you hear people hollering and say, "Come on, Marco! Come on! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!" Banging on the doors. Your uncle then says, "Who on earth is that?"
Oh, just some kids. I consider them doorways to much better people.
Okay, well,
I'm sure when you were you had to make a few connections.
Yeah, don't do anything I would have done. So, just watch yourself. This whole Doge thing. Yeah, it happens every time, but just be careful. And I'll see you tomorrow.
You remember what the old man said: when the ground crumbles, it's time to climb.
That is very true. Yeah.
I'll do my best to keep mud off of the De Medici name.
Find the ladder. That's all I'll say then. Find the ladder. And he heads off. Gets himself a bottle of wine or whatever. In the crowd, there is Roberto, the other guy who I can never remember the name of. Giro. Francesca Foscari, someone who you've met at least once or twice, but he's a bit of a quiet character. You do know the name of Foscari, though, is a very prominent name. Brief history for Venice. Venice is built from numerous families, and these families, the noble families, have effectively led Venice from its inception. However, some decades ago, because there were just too many families, too many people vying to get into the Grand Council, something called the Serrata occurred, and that was, they opened a book, they wrote a list of names, and those names, those family names, they're the only people who can be Doge. They're the only people who can join the Grand Council. Effectively, it's at that point Venice became a true oligarchy. If your name's not on that list, you cannot become any powerfully. There is a ceiling for anyone who's not on that list, and it's not that high. The Foscari family, merchant from Venice, they worked incredibly hard and they managed to get their name on that list just before it was completed. So Foscari is nouveau riche. They could, member of their family could become Doge, but they are so new to the game, it's very, very unlikely. Foscari's father is someone who, even your character will know that he's hardworking, not ruthless, but he gets the job done. He works 24/7 for his family name. Continues the tradition of the Foscari tradition of just work. That's the only way to succeed. So for you, Marco, it's quite clear you can see a bit of Francesca in you. He's an outsider trying to get in, but he's already in. He's just perhaps looking for friends. So you head to the Scylla and Kadidi. Now this is a real dive. This is a sort of pub that will have sawdust to soak up the blood. There is beer stains, prostitutes, one or two.
I want a good shirt.
Yep, everyone. I mean, when you walk in, everyone knows that you don't belong there. It is quite clear. Dorcas has to take a double take when you're standing on guard on the street, not inside the premises, because the premises has its own security, but you take a double take when you see a group of 4 or 5 well-dressed nobles enter into one of the most notorious taverns in Venice, certainly this area. When you walk in, Marco, Matteo there is with you. He's strangely quiet, but there you go. you guys go in. It's one of those moments where they stop playing the piano. Everyone stops to see you guys, see where you sit. And Jiro leads the way, pushes a few people out the way, and he puts money on a table that has, it could seat 6 or 7 people. He puts money on the table in front of the 3 people that's sitting there already, and he mutters something. They take the money and then they move. And then Jiro gestures to you guys to all sit down. Which you do.
Which table? What table did he pick? Is it like in the middle of the room, in the back, or?
It's just off center. It's not a discrete place. This is a table where everyone can see, everyone can hear. It's not discreetly positioned at all.
No wall to put my back to.
Nope, no. There are tables all around you.
Okay.
You then, Roberto and Gio then start shouting rudely for drinks, demanding service immediately. One of them inappropriately touches one of the barmaids, or the bar wenches, who she kind of looks a bit startled, looks back. Initially, there's a look of disgust on her face, but then money's put on the table. She sees the money, takes it, goes, comes back with drinks. You can predict exactly what happens at this point. 5 or 10 minutes, Dorcas, you see a group of sailors walk past you down the road towards the tavern. You're with another city guard, and between the two of you, you know that they're members of Carlo Zeno's crew.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with them. I'm going to walk in between them. I'm going to like, hey guys, you coming in from a long trek at sea. Do you get any riches, spoils of war, or whatever it might be?
Are you taking the piss? And they stop. They have blades. They're not drawing any blades though, and they just say, "Are you?"
Well, Are you
for real?
I've been told, and I'm going to use my charm on this, that there's going to be trouble tonight, and I just don't want any trouble in my town. So I just want to make sure we're all in the same place. A lot of people been talking about Carlo, and I want to make sure that we're all
They start putting their hands up. They're about to walk away. You make a roll. I'm not going to give you any bonuses because this is going to be a tough situation.
Yeah.
The way that you've walked straight into them, you've already rubbed them up the wrong way. So I'm not going to give you any bonuses. So it's
Well, I was giving them a warning. I was like, people are talking about you guys, and I would be careful whatever you do. Tread lightly. You might carry a big stick, but tread lightly.
Yeah. Are you gonna use presence or interaction?
My presence. I'm just gonna charm them. I'm gonna say in the nicest possible way to you guys need to pay attention to what's going on, because like some stuff's going down and you're in the middle of it. So, it's basically the city saying, we're here.
Make so presence, influence. Did you say charm?
Yeah, charm.
Yeah.
And that is 2 10s so far. And how many dice do I roll for? It's 6 dice, correct?
Yeah. If your presence is 3, you've got a dice pool of 6.
Right. So, all right. I got 2 10s.
And what's your influence? How many ranks have you got in the skill?
Influence is 3. Do I need to roll anything else, or is that all the rolls?
No.
Okay.
Just to work out if you keep any dice. Have you got no ranks in influence?
No, I've got 3 ranks in influence and 3 ranks in charm.
All right, brilliant. So, roll 2 10s. Keep them out of the other 4 dice. Keep 3 others. Did you get any 1s? If so, chuck them to one side. You can't keep them, right? So you've got 20 plus 3 other dice plus 9. So this is a phenomenal roll.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wasn't like threatening to them. I was kind of saying.
No. That's a massive success. So one of them actually listens to what you're saying, because the others are just like thinking you're a joke, or you're trying to wind them up.
I know
but
the
then
people.
One of them puts a shoulder on the leader. Says, "Well, hold on, Amerigo. Hold on, Amerigo. What?" And they turn to you and says, "What do you mean trouble?
Well,
in there?"
No, not in there. The people love you in there. The people love you guys all over. It's these people aren't your problem. It's maybe some of the nobility in the area. They have a little bit. I just wanted to give you a warning, because I don't want no fighting. If you can avoid fighting and getting any of these people hurt, I'm pretty happy. I just don't want no rough stuff around my people.
Come on in with us. If they've got a fight, we'll fight. If they've got a problem with us, we'll fight. It's these nobles. It's always the nobles. They look down on us. They don't care. Take our money. And then they expect us to give them respect. If they're going to disrespect us, we'll batter them. And with that, they try and drag you in.
I take issue with fighting. So we don't need to be fighting. This is a good time for everybody. We just have our times, and we good time. And as far as I know, everybody in this bar, they love you. So celebrate, get your drinks, have a good time. If you see any trouble, you guys let me know. But I'm gonna keep watch out for anything.
Are you resisting? Because they are dragging you in.
I can't. Yeah, I'm not gonna go in with them. I was like, I can't go in there and party with you guys. I'm on duty, and I point to my badge.
All right. Okay. Well, you missed out. It just looks as though you might be. If there's going to be a fight, you can handle yourself.
Yeah, let's not hope there's a fight. I don't want no fight.
You hear one of them mutter, says, "Oh God, I hope there is. I'm so bored." And then they head into the bar. Door opens again. Marco, there was silence when you guys walked in. When this group enters, there's more than silence. There's a tension that fills the air. And inside, there's an immediate look between Giro and Roberto and the 4 guys that have just walked in. They look around. They see the nobles dressed in their best clothes. They look to the bar. Marco, whereabouts are you looking? Are you looking to the group? Are you looking at your guys, them, or are you looking around the bar?
What I'm going to do, when they come in and I see it, I know this is what the fucking plan was anyway. I'm going to call get the waitress over. I'm going to hand her a solid gold florin. brandly, newly minted entire florin and say, I apologize for what is about to happen here. And then I'm gonna watch Shiro.
Okay. She takes it. She smiles. She thanks you and says, "It's not the first time this has happened. I wouldn't worry about it." She turns around, takes the money, goes to the bar, comes back with drinks. Just as she's doing that, another. Sorry, go ahead.
Grab her arm real quick when she says it's not the first time. I'll say, well, I would appreciate it if my name stays out of it.
Looks at the coin. He goes, "Yeah, okay."
No.
It's off.
Okay, go.
She heads back. Another barmaid comes out, serves drinks, blah blah blah. You mentioned that you wanted to have a word with Jiro. Obviously, I've kind of fast forwarded through sections of this. Is there anything that you wanted to say to Jiro on the way here, or when you got here before?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think probably before we get here, before he's drunk, because I'm not going to be drinking much. I'll just kind of grab his shoulder and lean down into his ear, and I'll say, "I'm doing this because I want a word with your father. You understand, right?"
And this is on the way there, isn't it? Not there. Okay.
If it works better, we can do it while we're there.
No. You pull your weight, and I'll make sure my father gets to speak to your uncle. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Good. And I want to make sure I see you drinking. Because I know what you Florentines are like. He laughs about it, claps you on the shoulder, you head in. Right. So, pretty much starts off with just a deliberately to be overheard insult towards Carlo Zeno. There is no holding back. The moment Jiro calls Carlo Zeno the son of a dog, bitch, bastard, there is a lot of chairs scraping as the four men stand up. They're not entirely sure where the insults come from. One of them then looks over towards your table, and Jiro's looking away, not facing them. You're sat opposite Jiro. Now, Foscari is on your right. NPC, whose name I keep forgetting, is on your left. And then
Iago Dandalo.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I wrote that.
At least someone does. So opposite you two is Jiro and Roberto. And Jiro's waiting. He's looking at you, trying to gauge your reaction, because you're looking at the group. They stand up. One of them, at the top of his voice, says, "Which bastard just said that?"
Do I hear that? Just standing outside.
You're not in the tavern.
I'm just standing outside the tavern.
All you can hear is there's periods of raucous noise.
Yeah.
The odd silence, and then more raucous noise.
Yeah, but not like
no
you know
specific words. Like, you have to go in to hear specific words.
I'm just asking. Yeah. Do I hear? Is it concerning, or is it just like normal bar stuff?
It's normal bar stuff.
Okay.
Normal bar stuff.
Well,
yeah.
if I hear like a moment that's concerning.
Yeah. Can we take like a little 2-minute break? I gotta run to the bathroom.
Yeah. That's fine. I'll fill Bill in as he's just come back.
Fill Bill in.
Oh, I heard the part about the bar.
Right. Okay. So it's just about to kick off, really.
Okay.
You're sat at a table. You are So it's around a huge round table. There is 6 of you. There is on the table behind you is 4 members of Carlo Zeno's crew. So there's you, Giro, Roberto facing away, and then opposite you, being able to see that crowd, is Marco, Iago, and Francesca Foscari.
Okay.
Giro's just raised his voice and called Carl Zeno a bastard, son of a bitch.
Just out of nowhere?
Yeah, just kind of doesn't stand up, he just sits back and just he hollers it. He doesn't yell it, he just hollers it. You hear chairs skirting back, 4 men behind you stand up, and they're not quite sure where it's come from, and then they've just asked. I'll wait for Miller and Kent to come back.
Yeah. I can tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull a Giro and do what he did to me, which is I'm going to move. I'm doing the overlook. I'm not going to be there. I'm letting him fuck up. Just like my aunt told me to do.
Yep, brilliant. Right. One of the 4 men has just shouted, "Who said that?" Giro, who was sat back nonchalantly, had just hollered the insult. Goes, "Huh? What? Oh, you asking who called Carlo Zeno a son of a bastard, son of a bitch? Yeah, that was me. What are you going to do about it?"
I'm going to go rear.
At that point, they move the table out of the way, and the 4 men, you guys will have an action while I do this. They line up behind Roberto, Giro, and Matteo. Those 3, their backs are to the 4 men. The other 3 can see 4 sailors armed to the teeth. You can see that they've got you reckon there's at least 1 dagger hidden somewhere or like tucked into a belt, and they all have some sort of like small saber of some kind. However, their hands are not on their blades.
Yeah, so
What are your actions?
When they grab the table to move it, Marco will pick up his glass of wine off the table, and turn to Francesca Foscaro, and kind of raise my glass to him, take a drink, throw it behind me, and stand up, just ready to rumble.
Brilliant. So you mentioned you were going to do something. What is Matteo now doing?
Oh yeah, he does the overlook. He's not going to fight these guys.
But your back is to them at the moment.
Oh, where's the bar?
Yeah, the bar is probably to your left, to Marco's right. The door that you came through is in the corner, which is to Matteo's front and left, to your back and right.
I stand up and walk to the bar.
As you're doing that, Giro goes to grab your arm. I'm going to see if he grapples you, because you're moving away. No. You know he's going to do this. You know what Giro's like. So you can either dodge or you can just block and just slap his hand out of the way.
Well, I'll do the one where I have the more dice. So.
Oh no, this will be defense. So just whichever's highest.
Defense. Where's defense?
It'll either be dodge, which is under agility, or block, which is under unarmed.
Oh, it'll be dodge. So it's a minus 12.
Minus 12. Right. Okay. Keeps 3. 15. 22. How much was your dodge?
12.
12. Okay. He grabs your arm. You slip away from him, and he clutches your sleeve. And for a moment, he's got hold of you, and it just slides out. And as you head away, at that point, Jewess says, "You cowardly shit." And then at that point, he turns round. As he turns round, one of the men swings and smacks him straight in the face. At that point, Roberto, he picks up a glass, or picks up a bottle, and smashes it over that guy's head. Right. So you're legging it. Well, not legging it, but you're getting to the bar. What is
I'm
Marco
going to the bar and ordering us all drinks.
Right.
What is Marco doing? What is Marco doing? Marco will grab his chair.
Oh,
that
right.
I just
Okay.
stood up from. And he's going to try to smash whoever it was that just belted Jiro.
Okay. Are you
after he laughs at Jiro for a second?
Right. So you're fairly big table. So you're dashing around the table and whacking.
Oh, you said they pulled the table out from.
No, they slid their table away because they were sat around the table and they slid their table out of the way for them to stand up and walk towards you guys.
I misread it. Oh
no.
Then I'll just throw my wine glass that I just emptied right at him. Just toss it right at his head.
Yep, glass hits him, cracks, just bounces up and does nothing. But that guy that you've just hit looks directly at you.
I'll give him a wink.
Yeah. Dorcas, you think you just heard smashing?
Oh yeah.
I'm inside.
I'll
what are you doing?
Peek the door open, and I got a lackey with me. If I see ruckus going on that is not, I'm gonna say, you might want to go call for the city guard. I think we got a little bar brawl going on. And I'll get him to run off, and I'll just kind of hang right there and see how it goes.
As you open the door, as you're saying that, you see Marco dashing around it, flinging a glass at someone's head. And at that point, it's 11:20, and we'll leave the combat for next week.
Aye.
Sounds good.
Hope you enjoyed.
I love it.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I do bite my thumb, sir. I do bite my thumb, but not on you, sir.
There is.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Do outro if you want.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Copy that. This has been the Geeky Gamer Podcast featuring Ken, Bill, Miller, and John. We have a Patreon. I'm not supposed to ask for money, so you get extra shit if you want to join it.
Yeah.
Do that.
It does require
or whatever.
money,
All lowercase letters and Mr. Interrupt do some music. Couchfire Media does some art and media, but not all the art for this, because who was the artist for this?
Ralph Damiani has
Ralph
done the majority
Damiani,
of the artwork in the book.
Did the book artwork that we've seen quite a bit of. Something Bunkum,
in the Legends of Venice.
Something Bunkum Productions did some stuff at some point, I think. This is part 1 of the Linen Tapestry. Please stay tuned for part 2 coming up next week at some point in time, depending on if we switch back into from daylight savings into just regular savings time.
Yeah. I'll get my act together and actually turn up on time this time.
I don't know. It seems like it's better off because I think Bill has meetings before, and so maybe a 3 o'clock start time seems like more appropriate.
Yeah. Fine by me.
Because that
would help.
That's where we are.
We'll do
any
that.
other thoughts, questions? We got some links in the description, so click on those links, buy those things, or get the things that are free that are in the description as well.
Those things.
Yeah.
So many things. Miller's
Check
got
out
a
Miller's module. It's fantastic.
module. That
If you're into Mothership, for sure, check out Bemizo Station. It's kind of a classic run. I took a lot of inspiration from the first Resident Evil movie.
Good choice.
Nice. Good. I like it.
Great.
Anyway,
At some
thanks for
point,
watching.
we might have you.
Yeah. Cheers. Thanks very much.